know what we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being betrayed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Consequences.
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
I'm staying in the race!
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Winter is coming.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Welcome to the Resistance.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What?
Jesus, I say that.
Oh, level good. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
tiny mistake.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Right now.
I see that you know your judo.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Illegal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Are you not entertained?
It's a great day. For being sad. That's hot.
Give me a joke. Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
China. China. I have to have my China.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Well, here we are again. News on the twos. I assume we're all floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, which means we've got a hell of a lot to talk about, Space Fams. As always, buckle up those seatbelts. These space flights can often be dangerous. Let's see. Get some shoutouts done here. Mo and Noip first. Obvious Book second. And Godcat third. Hermit Horologist a close fourth. Morbidazlo Simric. Mish. Styx Dragon Sharon. Bcat. Bo Z. And Morbius Dragon. Good to see you all here. We're starting a little bit late. For that I am sorry. Been under the weather the last 24 hours. Really just with a stomach ache. Haven't been having any other sort of symptoms than that. That said, we're going to try and get through this entire stream regardless. Now, due to this situation with my stomachio, we didn't do a stream yesterday, which means we completely missed actual St. Patty's Day. So, let's recap St. Patty's Day, celebrate it a little bit. I know, for some of us, it's not the most exciting holiday, but we do try and celebrate all of the big ones, all the good ones, all the hits. So, let's start in the United States. The good old US of A. You might be familiar with it, might have heard of it in the past. In passing. I don't know. Rarely talked about place. And I don't know why this one's still in here, but you know what? It's worth it. Every time I watch it, it's enjoyable.
Illegal.
Ah, shit. I hate this fucking hole.
Wah, wah. But yeah, over this St. Patty's Day weekend, Donald Trump was golfing, it's true. This was from 2 days ago, Sunday. Keep fighting? Uh-oh. He didn't pay Keep Fighting guy. That's no good. I think that the check for Keep Fighting guy must have bounced this week somehow. Even with the amount of money Donald Trump has enriched himself. Can't keep paying Keep Fighting guy? Jeez. Of course, we're talking about the paid supporter of Donald Trump. I really have no evidence as to whether or not he's paid, aside from really the consistency with which he shows up to yell Keep Fighting. It gives I have a lot of questions about Keep Fighting guy. But he's seemingly not there for this particular. Maybe even with the checks, maybe he's given up. You know, maybe Keep Fighting guy. Maybe his grandma just got her Social Security canceled, or maybe he just lost his health care. Maybe he just got fired from his other job. I don't know. I'm just trying to think out loud. But it is, well, like I said, it's St. Patty's Day. So let's go here, love.
I'm not a huge St. Patrick's Day fan. I don't know about you guys.
It's the best holiday. It has to be. I mean,
How?
Especially for me, a non-drinker. It's wonderful. I love it.
Oh
Yay.
yeah. It
I could take it or
it's like
leave
a
it.
little like it's a little Santa Con-y here in New York City. Like I just
No.
there's just too many people dressed up, too many drunk people. I remember not even liking it in college because we would like day drink for it and you'd be outside, but it's still March,
still
so
cold.
it's
It's still
nice.
cold.
It's not a fun
It's not-
weather
it's not a good
situation
weather
to be drinking in any way.
In
No,
North
it's
Dakota,
true.
it's just
That is
another
actually
excuse to binge drink. But I have been to a St. Patrick's Day in Dallas, where I saw a SUV in a deep ravine because it was clearly being drunk driven just minutes earlier, and also saw Snoop Lion perform. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
Everything
they do that thing. They do that thing in Chicago where they dye the river green. I find that like just awful. The green beer, also can't stand it. But something that I do enjoy and that we wanted to play today. This is an old clip of Michael on St. Patrick's Day in 2017, where Michael used this Irish accent that's just pretty incredible. So we wanted to take some space to
that's what I
and
should
some
have
time
done.
to play this for you guys today.
I've really missed an opportunity here. Oh god, this is my fault. Production value just went down by like 5%. Oh god, we're all gonna be sad that I didn't do this, but I should have clipped like a 3 seconds of a jig, for a sound clip. So every time we say St. Patty's Day or something like that, I can just throw that. I could have just thrown it in there, but that's wishful
Here's
thinking.
Michael Brooks with
Wishful
Sam
thinking.
in 2017 on St. Patrick's Day using this incredible Irish accent.
And was this from Danarchy? Did you say, or who is this from?
Let me see. Put together by Danarchy. So always appreciate DJ Danarchy. Thanks for putting this together so we could play it today.
You're surrounded by dancing leprechauns. Is it? It is St. Patty's Day, right?
We're not gonna go out and party night.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get wasted.
Totally.
It's Casual Friday. Yeah.
You can tell just how much
This is the
Sam
day
loves
where
St.
I
Patty's
literally
Day.
will not go outside at all.
Look at all those people out there having fun, Saul. I used to be them.
No,
not on St. Patty's Day.
Day.
I punched all over
That
the
is-
face in classes. And I just wanted to read Social Security, but Irish guys who looked like Matt Damon would beat on me and call me all sorts of things.
How rude. Appearing on the program today, Cliff Schechter, not Irish. An entire country just begs President Trump to just give up the idea that Barack Obama spied on him.
Never.
Let me just set the record straight on this whole St. Patty's thing that's blowing up all over the place here. Back when growing up, like in high school and stuff, Worcester was obviously heavily Irish, and
What you talking about?
spent a lot. Celebrated St. Patrick's Day quite a bit. Even had those like shamrocks with the Jewish star in it.
Hi, fellas, can I join? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay.
Seamus, please. Sean, Seamus.
I thought we
My cousin's name is
everybody I
sorry
know.
that we
They
killed
would have let you
Jesus.
join.
Mary, Brian. I mean,
You weren't just naming every family member.
just naming
Mickey. What about Mickey?
I don't want reality.
And even like when I was in
My family is
Boston a little bit, but the problem is that now, like those guys that I used to hang out with, now I see them as a problem. They come in from they come in from I'm not saying Irish people. I'm just saying like
They're invading.
17 to 25-year-olds from the suburbs who come in and get wasted I feel like,
Everyone likes to party with those potato-eating, soft-head potato mashers, but they are a problem from a public safety and audience point of view.
I've got news. I don't think all those people are Irish, and I'm not
saying they're all Irish.
I'm not nearly as old as you. I consider
blasphemy.
A complete and total problem, and I never actually was.
I didn't say that I'm that old, and that's why I.
You're really
them a
old,
problem.
though.
No.
That's why.
Listen to the ancient Jews speak. He's not wrong. He is Moses on this.
I used to work every St. Patrick's Day
Actually, you know
and
what?
make so much money.
I bet.
Come here, lass. We're decompressing from beating black kids in our cop job.
Jesus, I say that. I even saw two people doing it.
It's a nice time for the Irish when they can go out and get socially active by protesting the inclusion of gay people.
Yeah,
in their parade.
wait, I want the goddamn gainer parade. That's totally against family values, like vomiting on your wife's shoes after
I
you
think
beat
they're
your
even
kid.
doing that in Boston. They still, it's like
They
they're
got
not-
forced in New York.
Yeah.
If you go away from Schindler's List thinking that you understand what it's like about the Holocaust, you're not going to be curious to learn anything more or real.
You'd
so
also
it's almost worse.
I think that there
It's
are
almost
more
worse that you
people than
give
we
someone
ever thought who are not curious to learn a single fucking thing about these things.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that
and
impulse,
so-
but I feel like in the end, all things considered, it's
I had no
does more
idea it was
damage.
so bad. Well, thank God Oscar Schindler was there.
Oscar
That, you know, that girl in the shithole, she was gleaming, looked so beautiful, the light on her face, you know.
That girl was quite a piece of ass, even when she was a
swimming in shit.
I completely understand where Ray Fives was breaking his commitments and trying to get her.
I barely even remember
Naked
Schindler's
broads
List.
running around. Well, how bad can that be?
Only Michael Brooks. Honestly,
like, I
it
kind
makes
of
me
never
sad that they
noticed
didn't watch the
how,
whole thing.
Close Michael's Sam impression to like Sam's current Chuck Schumer impression.
That is true. They are kind of similar. So yeah, this is a 3-year-old video of Emma and crew reacting. This was pretty close to around the time she was hired, if I recall correctly. Maybe like a year into it, I want to say. But I think some of that footage is like 5 or 6 years old, maybe actually 6 or 7 years old. God damn. A long time. Ancient footage. Ancient MR footage on this St. Paddy's Day. Alright, now let's celebrate St. Paddy's Day. We're gonna go from one side of the country to the other, starting in Hawaii. Kayhan 2 News from yesterday. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day at the Black Shamrock Tavern. I have no idea what that means. This feels like product placement, not gonna lie.
Welcome back to Living 808. Lucky us and lucky you. We found the ultimate St. Patrick's Day celebration, and
Nice,
it's
okay.
happening at Black Shamrock Tavern.
Okay,
From
tell us about
festive bites to Irish tunes. Kelly went out to see the festive fun. She's getting a preview of her tonight festivities.
It is the day. It is St. Patrick's Day, and we are celebrating the best way possible. You guys have 3 things you have to do today. 1, wear green. 2, come to Chinatown
True.
and the Black Shamrock
Black
Tavern.
Shamrock Tavern.
And 3, eat corned beef and cabbage, which you can do
China.
right here. Of course, I'm with owner JJ. Thanks for having
Thank you.
me out.
Thanks for having me. This is early in the morning. I'm wonderful.
Yes.
I can't believe it.
I know. And
I'm wonderful.
we've been waiting. And this is actually...
Aren't I a good guy?
The way he said it is just hilarious. Oh god. This is making me hungry though. We gotta switch this up. But yeah, hopefully if you were in Hawaii, you went to Chinatown and enjoyed St. Paddy's Day there, I guess, because that was the happening spot. That's what we were being told by Kayhan too, so it's gotta be true. Now, let's go to California. 21 hours ago, crowds flock San Francisco streets.
St. Patrick's Day wrapping up across the Bay Area. And in San Francisco, the Irish holiday marked a new chapter for the state's first entertainment zone, where people can legally purchase and drink alcohol on the streets.
That's right. There was some green beer likely out there tonight. KRON 4's Leslie Gooden has highlights of St. Pat's on Front Street.
It's green in San Francisco. People filled Front Street to celebrate St. Patrick's Day in one of the city's entertainment zones.
Well, it feels like the city's back. There's a little bit more energy this year. We've been crawling
San
out of
Francisco
the COVID,
is back.
Funk, and now everyone's got this great spirit. I haven't seen anything like this in a long time, so it feels great to be a part of it.
Hal graced the crowd with music throughout the afternoon. Despite Monday's unsettled weather, Hal and others say the on and off showers added to the experience.
Wonderful. They got 3 or so bars out here, live music. They have some little...
I love that. Being cold might actually make St. Patty's Day better somehow. I'm not sure what that says about St. Patty's Day, but...
tents and balloons and little free little gifts. It's been very nice.
The celebration kicked off at 2 p.m. on Monday. Front Street's designation as an entertainment zone means people can drink outside.
I want to dance. I want to dance a little bit.
With thousands of people already passing through the St. Pat's on the Front celebration, the city is hoping events like this will create more buzz for San Francisco.
We are planning another event that will be coming up in May. I believe we are planning something for Cinco de Mayo, and there will be a full list of events coming to the space later this year.
Okay, so we saw what was going on the West Coast and in Hawaii. But the fact is things got a little crazier on the East Coast. Let's start in the epicenter, Boston. Boston St. Patrick's Day Parade. And it gets an early start. CBS Boston from 2 days ago.
Thousands of people are taking part in Boston's annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. The festivities kicked off at 11:30 along West Broadway Street. This year's parade started earlier than years past in a bid to curb excessive drinking and rowdiness. WBZ's Logan Hall has some of the excitement from the parade route.
Hey guys, so we're at the Southeast St. Patrick's Day Parade here in Boston. And okay, who are we joined by? What's your name?
I'm Christian, and that's our birthday's in 2 days.
All right, guys, so let me get, first of all, a huge happy St. Patrick's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day!
Awesome. Okay, so how long have you guys been out here today? You've got a great front row spot at the parade.
Probably like 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. Not that long.
Okay, so is this a tradition for you guys, or is this the
Oh
first
yeah,
year?
tradition.
How many years have you guys been coming to the parade?
Like 4? Yeah, 4 years.
Okay, perfect. So you guys, obviously it's a tradition. You guys expecting to have a good time out here today?
Oh yeah!
Awesome, perfect. Well, happy.
They appear to be already having a good time. And some people were in fact having too good of a time.
Illegal.
It's true. In Boston, people having too good of a time on St. Patty's Day.
The city made changes to this year's South Boston St. Patrick's Day Parade to cut down on the public drinking and the violence. So did the changes work?
Illegal.
WBZ's Christina Rex is live in South Boston asking that question. She joins us live now. Christina, what'd you find?
Yes, Christina, what did you find?
Yeah, Lisa, well, Boston EMS told me they transported 31 people to the hospital yesterday. They say that's typical for an event of this nature. And whether or not the event really was family friendly as intended depends on who you ask.
St. Patty's Day pride in the streets, but a different story on the sidewalks of Southeast.
St. Patty's Day pride in the streets. I thought she was going a whole other place with that one.
People were arrested by Boston police and transit police Sunday for underage and public drinking, disorderly conduct, and assault and battery. Some arrested were arraigned in South Boston on Monday. Some of the most stunning images of the day came from Boston police. Look here, dozens of gallon jugs known as Borgs. What does that stand for? blackout rage gallon filled with booze and juice.
All the collections at the train stations with like 40 laying by like a column.
Take a look Monday, and crushed beer cans, cigarettes, and empty bottles still littered most corners. The underage drinking in particular concerned City Councilor Ed Flynn.
We can't continue having a parade with this violence and alcohol are major parts of it. This parade is about respecting our South Boston veterans and military families. And if we can't do that in a family-friendly way, I'd rather have no parade.
Flynn helped move the parade.
Oh no. No more St. Patty's Day in Boston? How's that possible?
Little rain didn't stop today's St. Patrick's Day festivities in Boston. Mayor Wu spoke after a wreath-laying ceremony outside St. Augustine Chapel this morning to mark Evacuation Day, which commemorates when British forces left the city of Boston after occupying it for nearly a year during the American Revolution. The big St. Patrick's Day celebration yesterday in Southie, it was a big hit featuring the annual parade. NBC 10's Mary Marcos joins us live from the seaport for us right now, where we understand some of the festivities got a little out of hand. Mary, good evening. What happened there?
Yeah, Colton, police say someone jumped off this bridge and into the Boston Harbor just a couple of hours after the parade started, and that's separate from the arrests along the route. Even in a city with more than 2,000 police officers.
It is a full event that requires the involvement of nearly everyone in our police department.
Some say Southie looked a little sloppy during the St. Patrick's Day parade Sunday.
Borge Harrison? My God. Bears beats Battlestar Borg Galactica. That one. Okay, that one deserves a round of applause. Truly incredible. People taking it. I was trying to come up with a Borg joke. I lost it. I had it and then I lost it. I thought I had a good one, and it's just no. Just that's the problem. All right, let's go to New York City, where it was also cold and wet. Here's CBS New York on the story.
The damp weather was no match for the crowds who came out for the St. Patrick's Day parade at Fifth Avenue.
It's one of the city's most popular parades and also one of the oldest and largest celebrations of Irish heritage in the country. Zinnia Maldonado was there.
The sound of bagpipes coming from Fifth Avenue can only mean one thing.
The excitement, the people, the happiness.
The St. Patrick's Day Parade is the world's largest and oldest, according to organizers, with nearly 2 million spectators lined up on the sidelines.
This guy back here looks like all kinds of stuff. This guy back here looks like he's celebrating St. Patrick's Day more like it's Mardi Gras. He's got like 17,000 pairs of beads on right now. Wild. We're not going to give this too much thought, but let's go here. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, hard-hitting journalism. Some contenders for New York City mayor's race missing. Oh, God. Missing from the St. Patrick's Day parade. Oh, God. What does that mean?
Weather
held up for St. Patrick's Day parade in Manhattan. Today marked the 264th parade celebrated along the streets of New York City. And we'll have more on the fans lining the route along Fifth Avenue in just a few minutes. But first, the parade of politics. And it's usually a big draw for politicians, especially in a campaign year. But this year, some notable contenders were missing. This as the city announced which candidates were eligible for matching taxpayer funds. Some notable candidates were missing from that list as well. Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg has the latest.
Sounds from bagpipes and spectators at today's St. Patrick's Day parade along Fifth Avenue. But not a whole lot of noise from politicians. Only a few who are seeking office participated today. City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams was one. She only just entered the race for mayor and raised a bit more than $128,000, falling short of the amount needed for matching funds.
I think that we have done a phenomenal job in just 5 days, something that folks haven't been able to do in a year. We did it in 5 days. I feel amazing about our efforts, where we are right now. I just said a minute ago, we are in the rocket ship and shooting for the stars.
Mayor Eric Adams, who's also running, isn't eligible for matching funds in part because of the corruption case against him. Politics took a back seat to the parade today.
When you march here, you're not only going through the ceremonial period of marching, but you're acknowledging the rich contribution this community has served our city.
And Governor Kathy Hochul proudly noted her Irish roots. Top of the morning to you. But demurred when discussing the mayoral race.
I will leave it up to the very smart voters of this great city to decide who they want me to work with as mayor. And we've got a lot of months to go.
Some New Yorkers watching thought they'd see more politicians in the mix, like former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Why is he an intriguing candidate to you?
Because he brought us through the pandemic. And
Oh, God.
steadied the ship, it felt like, so.
Come on, Mom. What are you doing here? What? You're excited about Andrew Cuomo coming back? Or, wait. Yeah. My brain just broke. What are we doing? What's happening? Why are we doing this? By the way, almost forgot. But I was reminded that we have some number of likes. I believe it was 30 likes, meaning we need 3 emotional support characters. Nope, that's the same one. Right? Are we on 30? I could be. I don't know how long it's been since I was told about this. 40 likes. Okay. That's 1 like per minute. More than 1 like per minute. Truly impressive stuff. Now in Philadelphia, things really got out of hand, as 16 people were hospitalized after a roof collapsed at a St. Patrick's Day street party near the University of Pittsburgh.
In one moment, fun.
Jesus Christ.
Chaos. It was crazy. Ben Dorish was hit in the head.
There's like probably 30 people on the roof, and the whole thing fell right down on us.
I had black marks all over me.
The second it happened, everyone went and lifted it up,
allowing people stuck underneath to get out.
So it was really good to see that.
Injuries range from concussions to leg and arm injuries. Stretcher after stretcher carried people away to ambulances.
What's going through my mind is, I can't believe this happened.
This Pitt student says she caught the shocking moment on camera.
I took the video just to, get the surrounding of, me having fun, and then it fell.
She told KDK there are St. Patrick's Day parties in the same spot each year.
People were on it last year and nothing happened.
The city condemned the crash. What's left of it now?
I'm sorry, but that answer is fucking hilarious to me. Last year, everything was fine. I wish I could point out to her that, just because something works one time doesn't mean that it's going to work forever into the future. Ah, boy. Yeah, so like I said, things got a little out of hand. In Philadelphia there, near the University of Pittsburgh. Wait, that must have been in Pittsburgh. That was 6 ABC Philadelphia. I just realized, why would the University of Pittsburgh be in Philadelphia? Bonk me. I need a bonking. Okay. Okay. We're done. We're almost done with St. Patrick's Day. But since we didn't get the whole thing with the Majority Report reaction to this vid, I figured we should just watch the whole thing.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
That's right.
Interesting. It's just crazy enough.
DJ Danarchy 3 years ago. With the clip vid.
We are surrounded by dancing leprechauns. Is it? It is St. Patty's Day, right?
We're gonna go out and party night.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get wasted.
Totally.
It's casual
Immediately,
Friday.
if not sooner.
Yeah. This is the day where I literally will not go outside at all.
Look at all those people out there having fun, Saul. I used to be them.
No,
Many-
not on
St.
Patty's
Patty's Day, 'cause I would
Day.
get punched all over
That
the
is-
face in classes, and I just wanted to read Social Security. But Irish guys who looked like Matt Damon would beat on me and call me all sorts of things.
How rude. Appearing on the program today, Cliff Schechter.
Oh, yeah.
Not Irish. An entire country just begs President Trump to just give up the idea that Barack Obama spied on him.
Never.
Let me just set the record straight on this whole St. Patty's thing that's blowing up all over the place here.
I don't want reality.
Back when growing up, like in high school and stuff, Worcester was obviously heavily Irish, and spent a lot. Celebrated St. Patrick's Day quite a bit. You know, even had those like shamrocks with the Jewish star in it.
Hi, fellas. Can I join? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Okay.
Seamus, please. Sean, Seamus,
Science. Sean,
Kathleen.
I thought we were
All
friends.
of those names are my cousin's names.
No,
and
it's everybody I
Sorry
know.
that we
they
killed
would have let you
Jesus.
join.
Mary, Brian. I mean, all
You aren't just naming.
Just
everyone.
naming Jamie's whole family.
What about Mickey?
And even like when I was in Boston a little bit. But the problem is that now, like those guys that I used to hang out with, now I see them as a problem. They come in from, they come in from, I'm not saying Irish people. I'm just saying like, 17 to 25-year-olds from the suburbs who come in and get wasted. I feel like, I don't.
Everyone likes to party with those potato-eating, soft-head potato mashers, but they are a problem from a public safety and ordinance point of view.
Illegal.
I've got news. I don't think all those people are Irish, and I'm not
saying they're all Irish.
I'm
I
not
said that.
nearly as old as you,
And Kelly was one.
I consider them a complete and total problem, and I never actually was
But
one
I didn't
of them.
say that I'm that old, and that's why I
You're
consider
really
them a
old,
problem.
though.
No.
That's why.
I'm
staying in the race.
He is not wrong. He is Moses on this.
I used to work every St. Patrick's Day
Actually, you know
and
what
make
came to
so
do?
much money.
I bet.
Come here, lass. We're decompressing from beating black kids in our cop job.
Oh my god.
Illegal.
I even saw two people
It's St.
doing
Patty's-
it.
It's a nice time for the Irish when they can go out and get socially active by protesting the inclusion of gay people.
Yeah,
in their parade.
wait, I want the goddamn Gainer parade. That's totally against family values, like vomiting on your wife's shoes after you
I think
beat
they're
your
even
kid.
doing that in Boston. They still
Don't be creepy.
Still, it's like
They
they're
got
not,
forced in New York.
Yeah.
If you go away from Schindler's List, thinking that you understand what it's like about the Holocaust, you're not going to be curious to learn anything more or real.
You'd
so
also
it's almost worse.
I think that there
It's
are
almost
more
worse that
people
you
than
give
we
someone
ever thought who are not curious to learn a single fucking thing about these things.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that impulse, but I feel like in the end, all things considered, it's
had no
does
idea
more
it was
damage.
so bad. But thank God Oscar Schindler was there.
That, you know, that girl in the shithole, she was gleaming, looked so beautiful, the light on her face, you know.
That girl was quite a piece of ass, even when she was in the
swimming in shit.
I completely understand when Ray Fives was breaking his commitments to try to get her.
I barely even
There's
remember
almost naked
Schindler's
broads
List.
running around. Well, how bad could that
Oh, God.
But the movie that you're recommending, you know, most people aren't gonna see.
Matthew.
Well, most people listen to this program, aren't
Matthew.
Well, yeah,
Matthew,
sure.
Matthew.
Yeah.
That was the question I always had about Schindler's List was always like, even taking everything aside, it was just the preamble. It's like, what did this guy do to get where he was to be that? Like, he had to have been an asshole to be in the position to do what he did.
Yes,
Well,
but
he
then
was
it's like
similar
a
to the character
guy.
in this. You know, he was allowed to run a factory, and he was allowed to get some Jewish slaves to let him keep running his factory. That was
illegal,
But he had a
his
regarding
one power.
Henry moment, right, where he was hit by a bus.
Regarding
and
Henry moment.
then isn't that's
a Harrison Ford movie,
I get
right?
those two mixed up. Schindler's List and Regarding Henry.
Bitten by a radioactive Jewish spider.
All right.
Oh,
we gotta
my
go.
God. Get those two mixed. Regarding Henry and Schindler's List, very similar formats to those movies. Logan Hill, thank you for the super chat. Keep fighting, Irish. Keep fighting. I appreciate you. The reason we don't have a goal today is because of my stomach feeling bad, like or just hurting the last 24 hours. So I do appreciate all your donations, but I just don't want to put myself in a situation where you would either feel forced to do all the content or even worse, not do all the content after completing a goal. So I will absolutely appreciate all donations right now, but no goal tonight, no goal. And now we're lagging. Why are we lagging now? What did we do to deserve this?
How rude.
What is this about? Okay, we seem to be back to functional. Alright. Let's talk culture. Let's ease into the week here. Now, if you somehow missed it, last week, J.D. Vance and his wife Usha made an appearance at the Kennedy Center which did not go according to plan. Some number of developments have happened this weekend and this week that we haven't talked about yet. Actually, really, the events are over the last day more than anything. But let's go back. Let's go back in time and see, in case you missed it, what I'm talking about. One person clapping. I love that. While the rest of the crowd boos. Now, I made a prediction, which I'm not proud of. Like, is this, I mean, the fact that this is actually coming to fruition doesn't make me happy. I was honestly doing it in jest. I was, if you recall what my take on this all was, you know, maybe they need to do a second purge because they'd already started purging the Kennedy Center, not only of its director, who was replaced by Donald Trump himself. There's also been, you know, people let go of their jobs, DEI aspects of Kennedy Center canceled. Yeah, I'd like to reiterate once again, I am not proud. I predicted this at all. I was joking. I didn't actually want or think that this would happen. Let's go here. Donald Trump, in the wake of J.D. Vance's booing at the Kennedy Center, decided to make an appearance. This is the worst timeline, I swear to God.
Needs a lot of work, but we're going to make it great.
We make it great.
Just like we're going to make the country great and DC great.
Everything is going to be great.
The acoustics are fantastic in the center, so that's a big thing. They usually aren't in places, so that's good. I'll tell you what, why don't you stay?
That's good. All right, everybody. Really great stuff.
All right, if you're ready, go ahead.
You ready? You want a picture?
What other changes are you looking to make to the Center? We're going to make a lot of changes, including the seats, the
need new seats.
Pretty much everything. Needs a lot of work.
Is that efficient? The theater looks perfectly fine. Have you seen the theater? It looks fine. Why? Also, why is the presidential seal of the United States here at the Kennedy Center? This guy has got problems. In what world is this efficient? Redoing the interior of the Kennedy Center? How does that improve it in any way? It looks perfectly fine. Regal.
The decor.
Terrible decor.
Pretty much everything.
We need more gold. Not enough gold.
What are we talking about price-wise to renovate, to bring it up to, your
we're looking at that, whatever it is. I think, it's such an important part of the fabric of the country and of D.C. So we want to do it right. We'll do it right.
We're going to do it right. Who knows what it's going to cost?
So you want a little picture like this?
A little picture?
Go ahead. Are you guys ready?
Are you ready for these pictures? Look at me. Look, hands. I have hands.
And see a show. I was never a big fan of. I never liked Hamilton.
Never liked Hamilton.
And I never liked it. But we are going to have some really good shows.
There's some great shows. Hamilton, not great. Now, the reason Donald Trump brought up his distaste of Hamilton was, of course, Hamilton canceling. If you missed it, they canceled their pre-planned show for the Kennedy Center in the wake of Donald Trump's fascist takeover of the government and of the Kennedy Center. I think I have a little bit more from that discussion from the parking garage of the Kennedy Center.
President, why was it so important for you to come here today to the Kennedy Center? You have so much on your plate. Why come today here?
Great question.
This represents a very
It's a great
important
question.
part of D.C. and actually our country. And I think it's important to make sure that our country is...
I don't think it's important to even hear what Donald Trump has to say about this question. We can listen to some more of it, but I think the most important thing is maybe it's hard to hear. So I'll just repeat what the question was. The question was, with all of your talk about efficiency in government and all the work that you have to do right now, why are you here at the Kennedy Center?
Give me a joke.
Why? Why is Donald Trump here at the Kennedy Center talking about redoing the interior? I mean, well, yeah. Isn't he busy? He's like golfing every few days. He's going to the Kennedy Center to do a little interior decorating. Meanwhile, he said he was going to do a bunch of things day one, like lower the cost of groceries, end all the wars. None of that has happened yet.
actually our country, and I think it's important to make sure that our country is in good shape and is represented well. When people look at this, I've been hearing for a long time that they come here and they're very disappointed.
They're very disappointed.
When they come here, I want them to be excited.
Everybody hates the Kennedy
We're bringing
Center.
a big move onto Washington, D.C. We're going to stop the crime. We actually worked with the mayor. We took down a lot of tents that were all over the place in front of the State Department.
The crime at the Kennedy Center is so bad, we're going to get the U.S. military in here, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He's got a good group of guys. They're going to protect it from all the crimes.
Illegal.
So yeah, Donald Trump, a man who is busy dismantling the government, going to do interior decorating at the Kennedy Center, and I guess ramp up security there because of all the crimes that are happening. Oh, and also he's going to approve the book, right? Like the, you know, like the booked acts for the Kennedy Center because they're all bad. Stuff like Hamilton. You know, terrible, just very unsuccessful, terrible shows. We need less DEI in musical theater. Make musical theater great again. What were all those people in that Rent complaining about exactly? I don't know. It's a very stupid show.
Welcome back. President Trump attended a board meeting at the Kennedy Center in Washington today. The meeting comes just about a month after Mr. Trump announced the termination of several board members at the Kennedy Center and then installed himself as chairman. Since that time, several artists and productions have canceled scheduled performances at the Kennedy Center. President Trump said today the center is, quote, in tremendous disrepair.
Tremendous is the worst.
He intends at some point in the future to work with lawmakers on Capitol Hill to change that.
I'm very disappointed when I look around. The bottom line, it has tremendous potential, and we'll work with Congress. I think it's important to save this structure in this building. I think maybe we close up some of the work that's been done and built because it was done terribly. It was done terribly.
Joseph Del Goose joins me now. He is an actor in the Kennedy Center's production of the interactive comedic play Sheer Madness, a play I've seen at least 3 times.
I feel like I'm taking
Not 3 nights in a row, but over the many, many years I've been in D.C. Joseph, it's great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Major.
When you hear the president talk like that about the Kennedy Center, is that your experience, that it's in disrepair, falling apart?
No, not at all.
And my experience, I will say, is directly in the theater lab space, which is on the upper level of the theater, and it has recently had to undergo some extensive repairs due to some water damage that the theater had last fall that expanded into the Opera House. But there's extensive work being done. The building itself is old and constantly has systems that are being redone. I think they've put in for a new orchestral opera lift this year. So it certainly isn't some sort of dilapidated, disrepaired, ignored building by any means.
You perform all over the country. What does it mean when other audiences know that you work regularly at the Kennedy Center? What does that mean?
It's a wonderful feeling, and it does in the theatrical community. It holds some clout, honestly, because you're performing at this very premier venue in a major city and named after one of our great presidents. And so
it's not only nationally known, it's world renowned.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I do think that Sheer Madness is more nationally renowned than world renowned. You know, ultimately, like I consider myself kind of blue collar in the acting world, but it's a tremendous honor to be there.
What's going on there atmospherically with this takeover of the Kennedy Center by the Trump administration?
In my experience, though our show has not felt any, eyes watching, closely over us. I, for example, was asked by representatives of the producers that as we rewrite jokes and as we modify the show to keep up with current events, that we do not put material in there that has to do with the current administration or with Trump or J.D. Vance. Yeah. I've been in the show for about 5 years, and we've always been very careful about if we're making political jokes or satire, we keep it even on both sides of the aisle. And nowadays, let's keep it on no.
Are these the people that he installed as the new board of governors for the Kennedy Center? Susie Wiles, Usha Vance, Pam Bondi. Is this a joke? This whole thing is very strange.
Even on both sides of the aisle. And nowadays, let's keep it on no sides of the aisle.
Wow. Seems like free speech is being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, we've been following this since it first happened, and it really has... It has implications, right? Donald Trump is basically inserting himself into absolutely every aspect of American life. You know, this is a dictator. This is a dictatorial-esque move, right? And in hand with everything else he's doing, whether it's the dismantling of the federal government or the rule of law or of journalism. It's all connected. It's all part of the same problem. Fact is, people are getting upset out there about what they're seeing. They really are. Where are we? Yeah. Let's go here. CNN from 8 hours ago. Another Republican town hall goes awry.
I've been in Spokane for 39 years from New Jersey. I've never been involved in politics before, but this is getting really scary. Okay, so the things that frighten me is the way this insane president talks about Canada as a 51st state. Taking Panama by force and buying Greenland.
Illegal.
How does this person qualify as sane? Why is he not being impeached right now?
So, in short, I don't support us absorbing Canada. Canada, that would be like taking. Canada's been a good neighbor. Canada is much more liberal and left wing than the United States. If we took Canada,
so much more left wing and liberal. What? Just because they get health care? Right. Okay. Charlie Jin Mir gifting 5 galactic memberships. Who got them? Sisyphean Task, Susie Jones, Pepper, Ben Longstreth, and JoJo. I'm sure everybody will enjoy those membies. Thank you so much, Charlie. Spreading the galactic love, truly a beautiful sight.
Taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah.
I did not, for a second, I didn't realize.
Canada, the Republicans would never have control.
I did not realize. Oh my God. Listen to this guy. That is the most pathetic political answer I think I've ever heard. Instead of, I don't know, arguing on the merits, guy goes, we never win elections ever again if we had a bunch of lefties in the United States. A bunch of extra lefties from Canada. That's why we can't take over. That's why we can't militarily. That's why we can't invade Canada, because it would actually be bad for Republicans. Wow.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Pathetic, sir. Pathetic. Actually, there's more of this. I forgot. I
made a huge, tiny mistake.
On the other two, if we could get Greenland peacefully, I'm all for it. And we should have never given up Panama.
Wow. Never should have given up Panama.
This is a question that comes from Barbara and can serve as our concluding question for the night regarding checks and balances between the different branches of government. Given the trajectory of the administration, the continued agreement of the Republican Party, is there a line in the sand for you? That is to say, is there any point at which you might stand up and tell them no? What is...
Shit. We're lagging. We're not lagging. We got fucking loading circle, which is maybe worse than lag. I really hate the loady circle. One of my least favorite things. Why is this happening to us right now? It's incredibly rude. Are we back?
In the interest of your people in Eastern Washington, what is your line in the sand?
Well, in general, I swore an oath to the Constitution. It's very serious to me. I swore an oath to the Constitution before I went to Iraq. I swore an oath to the Constitution becoming a member of Congress. I would say that I understand this room is different than the rest of Eastern Washington, but you guys, you are.
This room is different than the rest of Eastern Washington. Wow.
So, I think, and I'm not saying you're being...
Wow, that's incredibly rude. It's still lagging, isn't it?
How rude.
Why is this happening? Fuck. Okay, I think we're back now. I don't know what's causing this today, or what's been causing it for like the last week. It's very annoying. All right. Let's see some other people who seem very disappointed. That guy was being incredibly rude to his constituents, suggesting they weren't representative of what they represent. That being his constituents. He's like, you all don't represent East Washington. It's totally fucked. Oh my god, I'm sure they were flying him in from New York.
My medication, it runs $20,000 a month without insurance. I make $800 a month. Oh, that will kill me. That would kill my friends. That would kill millions of people in this country if they lose their health care.
We're in California's District 22, a rural community in the state's Central Valley. This district voted for Trump for the first time in 2024, but now his policies threaten one of the benefits people here rely on the most.
It bothers me when people like Elon Musk say that people on those programs are the parasite class. It's just cruel.
Do you know anyone personally who voted for President Trump but depends on benefits like Medicaid?
Oh yeah. I know a lot of people.
Trump promised a lot of things. I thought it will be more family values and those programs that we really need here.
One of those promises was to protect Medicaid, which 67% of people in this district rely on. It's the largest percentage of any district in the entire country.
Can you guarantee that Medicare and Medicaid will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, we're not going to touch it.
But his administration just proposed an $880 billion cut to Medicaid over the next 10 years. So we wanted to come here to find out how people are feeling about Trump and his administration's decision that could have a huge impact on one of the benefits they rely on the most. One resident who would be impacted by Medicaid cuts is 64-year-old Irma Arredondo, who voted for Trump in 2024. Irma has several chronic health issues, including type 1 diabetes. She's also a full-time caregiver for her daughter, who has cerebral palsy, and her sister, who has Turner syndrome.
Valerie have her medication for her seizures. She needs care of everything. And I just give massage to her hands, to her legs. I stay with her until she falls asleep.
Sounds like you take really good care of her.
Oh, and my baby is my dog.
So you, your sister Irene, and your daughter Valerie, you're all on Medicaid. And how important is Medicaid for your family?
Wow, can you imagine? We live on a daily basis with sicknesses. This is for the cholesterol too. This is also for my blood pressure.
So Medicaid pays for all of it?
Yes.
If you didn't have Medicaid, how much would this cost you? How much money?
Oh, thousands maybe.
Thousands. And that's just for you?
That's for me.
Not for your daughter? Not for your sister?
No. The medicine that my daughter takes for seizures, I won't be able to afford it. So we feel hopeless if those cuts come, What we're going to do.
Irma was a farm worker for more than a decade. She believes that some of her and her children's health issues can be linked to the pesticides she was exposed to while working in the fields.
When I was pregnant with my child, I was working in the field. I remember it was this little airplane and sprayed us. But when my baby born, the doctor just said, "Uh-oh, something's missing." And when he gave me my baby doesn't have her arm.
So with these risks that you and your community face in agriculture, and then to have
the system threaten to take away your health insurance, to take away protection. How does it make you feel?
Like I told you, I feel like these tubby nuts in the back, you know?
It's a horrifying story on so many levels. This woman decided to vote for Trump for whatever reason. She was convinced that Donald Trump wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Now, not only is he getting rid of the environmental protections, mandates and things like that to protect people in jobs like the ones she held in the past that may have contributed to hers and her family's health conditions. Now she may lose the health care that she needs to keep herself and her family from being in, you know, serious health even worse health problems, right? You don't have the medicine for your chronic illness or whatever else, or seizures, or, you know, somebody's gonna fucking die. Shit, I gotta reload this. But we got more people who are upset out there in the world. Donald Trump at Elon Musk. Let's go here. People have continued to rally and protest outside of Elon Musk's Tesla dealerships. This is CNN 2 days ago. This might have been California, I think.
We're hearing one thing very often here. It's don't support a Nazi. They're calling Elon Musk a fascist, a Nazi, because of that gesture that Musk made in one of the events in the inauguration earlier this year.
Because of that gesture. I love how the media is just doing whatever they can to not just accept what we all saw. It was a gesture. He did a thing with his arm. He did an autistic thing with his arm. That's all it was. These protesters are saying it was a Nazi salute. Gesture. It was just a gesture. Just sort of waving. An unclear wave of the arm. Possible
So
to
his
distinguish.
association with Alternative for Germany, the German far-right party, they're telling people, trade in your Teslas, sell your Teslas, drop your stock. We need to boycott Elon Musk, and this is one way of fighting his policies as well in the Department of Government Efficiency.
What have you just done?
I'm in the process of getting my car repaired so that I can sell it.
You have a Tesla?
Tesla. I have a Tesla Y. I've had it since 2022 when they first came out. Has 82,000 miles on it, and I'm tired of Elon Musk and all this garbage that's going on. So I'm getting rid of this car because I'm embarrassed to drive it.
Yeesh. Okay, let's go to Colorado now. People in multiple states all boycotting and protesting at Tesla dealerships.
Superior now, where some Coloradans spent their weekend protesting Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency at a Tesla dealership. President Trump asked the CEO of Tesla to find government waste and slash federal spending. Supporters of DOGE see the efforts as a way to control spending at a time when the federal debt is spiraling to an all-time high of $36 trillion.
Okay. Now, some people went beyond protesting and decided, regular free speech wasn't enough. May have taken it a bit far here. This is in Las Vegas. CBS News from 6 hours ago.
And then I heard that. I kept hearing that. Here comes the fire department.
Now, apparently, not only were these Tesla lit on fire, they're also apparently shot with some sort of projectile, some kind of a gun. It's unclear what exactly transpired here, but as you can see, you got like I don't know, half a dozen vehicles on fire.
And then I heard that. I kept hearing that.
Yeah, that was the explosion of a lithium-ion battery, is what that sound was. Okay. Now, you know how Donald Trump has been attacking the press at every opportunity since becoming president? Whether it's suing different outlets, banning Associated Press from White House briefings for saying Gulf of Mexico rather than Gulf of America, or any of the other sorts of attacks that he's made on different outlets, claiming the Washington Post has no credibility in one presser, even though they are owned by a billionaire that made it so that they didn't endorse his rival in the last election. I'm sure that's not what he was talking about. But he's also,
For the better part of a century, Voice of America has broadcast in...
Excuse me, sir. I'm talking.
...countries whose government censored free
information. You are ruining this right now. You're ruining it. But yeah, you know, all that stuff has been, of course, going on. Donald Trump has decided to now also dismantle the United States' radio, like U.S. radio, essentially, Voice of America, as well as a number of other outlets relating back to this effort. Now, there are certainly some criticisms we could make of Voice of America. I certainly don't subscribe to them on YouTube, but that's not what this is about. This is about press. This is about press freedom, having like, you know, like Donald Trump just continuing this broad onslaught against any organizations he thinks aren't loyal enough to him.
For the better part of a century, Voice of America has broadcast into countries whose government censored free information. That mission continued with agencies such as Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia. But now the Trump administration has dismantled VOA's parent organization, put all of its employees on leave, and ended federal funding for independent media agencies. Nick Schifrin reports on a decision that ends a long bipartisan tradition.
The Courier, a ship without guns, goes into battle armed with the greatest weapon of all, truth.
For more than 80 years, the U.S. government believed government-funded information supported freedom and democracy.
This is a voice speaking from America.
That began with Voice of America, which beamed its first broadcast in 1942.
The news may be good or bad. We shall tell you the truth.
My name is Ronald Reagan. This powerful 135,000-watt Radio Free Europe transmitter pierces the Iron Curtain with the truth.
It expanded with Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, funded by Congress, first run by the CIA, part of a, quote, crusade for freedom. In the 1980s, the geography expanded. Radio Marti, today the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, reached into communist Cuba. Radio Free Asia began in the 1990s to reach over China's Great Firewall and across the region. And when U.S. government information started being blocked by adversaries' technology,
and citizens around the world are being tortured, imprisoned, and even killed for their online speech,
VOA's digital descendant, the Open Technology Fund, created its own technology so freedom fighters could communicate and spread the truth. But since his first administration, President Trump has targeted VOA,
And if you heard what's coming out of the Voice of America, it's disgusting.
And on Friday night, released an executive order eliminating parent company, U.S. Agency for Global Media.
One thing I will say is Voice of America really isn't very partisan organization. If anything, they're just very pro-America. And, like, I find it incredibly strange that Donald Trump has a genuine problem with this organization. Carrie Lake is going to be the voice. I actually heard that, like, floated as being one of the potential options of what Donald Trump is planning to. I don't know if that was a joke, but I genuinely heard that mentioned at some point.
This is the video that is now on loop for Voice of America, and all staff have been put on leave.
15 transgender women who were apprehended by Border Patrol agents.
The White House singled out this and other VOA stories as evidence VOA had become, quote, radical propaganda.
Radical
and it highlighted
propaganda.
These external publications and quoted a...
Radical. Trump campaign focuses on Hunter Biden emails as October surprise.
Illegal.
How dare they mention that we care about Hunter Biden and we didn't actually have any October surprise. Just the penises. Just the penises. I hear it's quite shocking. $50 likes. Okay. Yeah, Donald Trump is going after Voice of America for just reporting basic facts.
Quote, radical propaganda. And it highlighted these external publications and quoted a former employee calling VOA a hubris-filled rogue operation, often reflecting a leftist bias. And separately, the independent agencies, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Asia.
Thank God we have the Daily Caller and the Washington Free Beacon.
Separately, the independent agencies, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Radio Free Asia, Middle East Broadcasting Networks, and the Open Technology Fund all had their federal funding ended.
Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is a foreign policy tool. It is furthering U.S. national security interests. And look, you get a lot of bang for your buck.
Lisa Curtis is the chair of the board of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and a former senior director on President Trump's first National Security Council staff.
While it's understandable that President Trump wants to, cut down on government waste and fraud, I think this is the wrong organization to be attacking. Russia.
It is understandable that Donald Trump wants to cut down on fraud, waste, and abuse. I love that. See, that's the kind of coverage you get from Voice America, by the way. This really milquetoast garbage, like neo-centrist bullshit, right? And it's like, it's wild that Donald Trump, like, it feels like this is what needs to be taken down. We're going to keep talking about this for a second.
New at 6, after decades on the air, Radio and TV Marti may have produced their final broadcasts. The stations were originally established during the Reagan administration to promote democracy and the free flow of information to the people of Cuba. But recently, the Trump administration ordered the dismantling of the parent agency that oversees the radio and TV broadcasts.
Employees were told to turn in their badges, press pass.
I wonder how Marco feels about this.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
I'll bet little Marco is very upset. I mean, of all things that could possibly tip little Marco over the precipice. I feel like this might be it. You know, shutting down, you know, the Voice of America's Cuba broadcasting wing. Oh my God. It's beyond the pale.
And not return to the building. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is live in Doral with reaction to the move. Yvonne?
And that last broadcast was today, I am told, as of 11 a.m. Elliot and Lauren, this is the building of TV and Radio Marti. We're talking about an entity, I am told, of about $12 million budget annually. Their employees were told over the weekend not to come here anymore. Radio and
talk about bang for your buck. $12 million for an entire radio station year-round? My God. It's a shoestring budget.
Marti news outlets created 40 years
TV
ago
and
in
news
the Ronald Reagan
and radio,
era
I just
to
realized.
promote democracy and uncensored information for Cubans in the island has ceased to operate.
So I think a mistake has been made.
Orlando Gutierrez is the president of the Directory of Cuban Resistance. He is now disappointed that TV and Radio Marti are no longer seen for the job they've done for decades.
They're tools of information.
I need to see, this is another thing I've been saying over and over again, but it's like we don't see little Marco very much. We see him once in a while, but unlike Anthony Blinken, who we heard from practically, I don't know, 3-4 times a week, little Marco's little legs can't seem to make their way to a press briefing, because I really need to know what he thinks about this. If not for anything else, but to create more infighting within this administration, honestly. Oh, boy. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about free speech, access to information. A little bit. Here's King 5 Seattle from a day ago. Washington libraries concerned over Donald Trump's executive order.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Illegal.
We're at the Washington Talking Book and Braille Library. It's the only Braille and audiobook library in the state, but it could be on the chopping block with this new executive order, along with several other libraries.
When I was a kid, this library was the way that I read.
Visitors and staff like Shannon Curry at the Washington Talking Book and Braille Library are reading in between the lines. An executive order issued by President Trump will eliminate the federal agency, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, also known as IMLS. The agency supports libraries and museums across the U.S. This library for people who are blind or limited in their vision is one of them.
It's terrifying. I've worked here for 12 years. I really love working here. Somebody who, like me, is totally blind, or it could be somebody that can't physically turn pages, or it could be somebody with dyslexia.
IMLS supports many other libraries across the state.
Well, I'm going to argue that every library is going to be impacted. There are 60 systems and about 400 actually individual ones, and I think we touch everyone in some manner.
Sarah Jones is the Washington State Librarian. She says currently IMLS is providing $3.9 million to help support various library programs. She's baffled the agency is on the verge of being eliminated.
I'm shocked and dismayed. This is the most effective and efficient federal program, bar none. I have no problem saying that.
Jones is pleading with the federal government and public to stand up for libraries.
Listen to us, amplify our voice, and
yeah, why do blind people need to read? I mean, come on. Can't they just read regular books? Yeah, it's not just the DEI, it's the A that's also under attack. If you're a disabled person or you know somebody who's disabled, well, access to accessibility. The same thing that other people without disabilities get normally is now under threat, as well as everything else that's supposed to be good about our nation. Now, Democrats are in something of a downward spiral. Chuck Schumer voting for the Trump agenda, essentially voting to give Donald Trump, blank check to finish up everything DOGE has been doing. Not using the one and only leverage point that's been made available to Democrats since Donald Trump took office. Now, apparently, Chuck Schumer was writing some book that was planning to enrich himself by getting people to buy his most likely very shitty book, using his name and government office.
Illegal.
All right, it's technically not illegal to write a book while you're in office, but I feel like it, in some ways, it kind of should be. But, whatever. Now, unfortunately for Chuck, he's had to postpone that book tour. Because he's worried his book tour, well, it might turn into more of a town hall. People might show up and start criticizing his recent actions as a senator. Here's CBS New York from yesterday.
Senator Chuck Schumer facing intense backlash over his controversial decision to vote with Republicans on a bill to stop a government shutdown.
So much backlash. It has forced him to postpone a multi-city tour promoting his new book on anti-Semitism. Political reporter Marcia Kramer is here now with the fallout from that crucial move. Marcia.
Well, Jessica and Christine, Schumer's spokesperson is citing, quote, security concerns as the reason the Senate minority leader is foregoing his book tour. It comes as activists have been staging protests outside his Brooklyn home, calling for his resignation. They're also planning similar disruptions in every city Schumer planned to visit to promote his book. The protest started Friday, even before Senator Chuck Schumer's controversial vote with Republicans to prevent a government shutdown, and they have continued unabated on the internet and in letters like this one from 80 activist groups stating, quote, "You've failed Democrats and New Yorkers. Leadership is needed now, and your failure to coalesce your caucus in this critical moment leads us to call for your immediate resignation from your minority leader role."
Immediately, if not
sooner. The backlash has forced Schumer to cancel interviews for his forthcoming book, Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. Activists planning protests at planned stops in Atlanta, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, and California, apparently the reason. Due to security concerns, Senator Schumer's book events are being rescheduled, said a spokesperson. It comes as Democrats are engaged in a heated debate about Schumer's decision.
The idea that Chuck Schumer...
It is really sad. He's not going to be able to tell us about how being pro-Palestinian is actually anti-Semitism. Not going to be able to tell us about how much money he got from AIPAC and how, he feels obligated almost to write this book about how criticizing a nation state is actually hate speech. I assume that's what's in the book.
is the only one that's got a brain in the room and the only one that can think through all of the pros and cons. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy was asked if Schumer is the best person to lead Senate Democrats.
Senator Schumer certainly can lead this caucus.
Is he the best person?
He can lead this caucus, but we need to have a conversation inside the caucus about whether we are willing to stand up to Republicans.
Law professor Jason.
So he can lead it, but he's maybe not the best. Chris Murphy unable to answer the question if he's the best person to lead Democrats. Let's see some of that Jasmine Crockett CNN interview discussing Democrats' favorability plummeting right now.
No plan, no strategy, no message. That's a quote. That's how a Democratic lawmaker was describing the Democratic Senate vote with Republicans this weekend to fund the government with a Republican funding bill, averting a government shutdown, but there was virtually no...
I mean, to be fair, Hakeem himself wanted to leave everything up to God. It was in God's hands. Remember that? So his messaging isn't great either.
And nothing achieved for Democratic priorities. This comes as our brand new CNN poll this morning shows that the Democratic Party's favorability is at an all-time low in this CNN poll. It's just 29% approval. That's a 20-point drop since 2021. Joining us now is a Congresswoman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you squeezing us in before you go to church. This has been a rough 72 hours for Democrats. I want to play some of what Democratic Senate Leader Schumer told me on The Lead on Friday about his decision to vote with the Republicans to fund the government. Take a listen.
That sounds great. Thanks. Thanks, Jake.
A government shutdown gives Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and DOGE almost complete power as to what to close down. Because
they haven't been doing that.
They can decide what is an essential service. If they determine that SNAP, kids shouldn't get food, is not essential, they can just cut it out summarily.
They're already doing
it. They
it.
could fire half the workers in the federal government.
Already doing that.
It would have been a far worse consequence.
So he's saying that the path that House Democrats wanted would have presented a worse consequence. Is he wrong?
He's absolutely wrong. I mean, look at the reality of the votes, right? I understand that the American people are frustrated. Please believe many of us did not sleep because we were calling and trying to impress upon the senators the importance of pushing back in this moment. And as you saw, we had all but one Democrat in the House that voted for this. So that's 212 Democrats in the House. And then you had the vast majority of senators vote for it or vote against it as well. And so the idea that Chuck Schumer is the only one that's got a brain in the room and the only one that can think through all of the pros and cons is absolutely ridiculous. And Jake, you and I both know that this administration could care less about whether or not they violate the law. We know that we've had to rely heavily upon the courts. And I want to say, as you're talking about the polling on my party, I want to say that it is the Democratic attorney generals and some governors that are standing up against this administration and bringing those lawsuits and winning every single time. They are losing in court. Could we do a better job of making sure that the American people know that we are winning in the courts? We probably could. But at the end of the day, it's still Democrats that are winning for the American people.
Some progressive groups are calling for new leadership in the Senate for Democrats. Even House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, your leader, he was asked if he supports Schumer as leader of the Senate Democrats, and he said, next question. Do you think Senate Democrats...
I think we should make Jasmine Crockett the head of the minority in the House, and we can make AOC in charge of the Senate. She can both... First, she's got to primary him first. I guess we'll make Bernie, even though he's an independent.
Should place Chuck Schumer.
I think Senate Democrats have to sit down and take a look and decide whether or not Chuck Schumer is the one to lead in this moment.
You're close with Congress.
Seems like there's not a lot of faith in Chuck in the wake of this horrifying bungling of the vote. His capitulation to Donald Trump and to Republicans. Let's go here now to Democracy Now! From yesterday. Answer that question. Should Schumer step down? Perhaps we'll get closer to an answer now, even though we definitely already have an answer on that.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. Senator Chuck Schumer is facing mounting calls to step down as the Democrat Senate leader after he voted in favor of Republican spending package Friday, which has been described as a blank check for the White House to keep defunding and dismantling government agencies and services. Groups including Indivisible and Pass the Torch have since called for Schumer to step aside. On Friday, 11 young activists with Sunrise Movement were arrested at Schumer's Schumer's D.C. office as they urged him not to, quote, compromise on our lives
Wow.
and futures ahead of the vote. The other Democratic senators who voted with Schumer to avert a government shutdown were Catherine.
Seems like all of the Palestinians. Why am I saying Palestinians? It seems like all of the what just happened? I think I read Pal C, or I started to read chat in my brain out loud. It seems like all of the Congress is starting to run away from the constituents at this point. Chuck Schumer having people arrested for protesting outside of his office. Come on, dude. This looks so bad. This looks so bad in the midst of all of this shit. Can't even hear people. Wow, dude. So sad.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Masto, Dick Durbin, John Fetterman, Kirsten Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, Gary Peters, Brian Schatz, Jean Shaheen, and Independent Senator Angus King. This is Senator Schumer.
Mr. President, I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
We're joined right now by Waleed Shahid. He's a Democratic strategist whose new piece on Substack is headlined, "Schumer says Trump is an existential threat, then surrenders anyway." Waleed was previously the spokesperson for Justice Democrats and former senior advisor for the campaigns of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jamal Bowman. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Why don't you respond to what Schumer did?
I think I've been involved in politics for about a decade, and this was one of the most utterly embarrassing strategic blunders on behalf of the Democrats that I've seen. Chuck Schumer, it would be one thing if House Democrats weren't going to fight, but they had House Democrats in vulnerable swing districts who took hard votes that they're going to have to answer for their constituents on. And then Schumer led them in a direction as if he was going to hold up the vote on this, and then surrendered at the last minute. And I think that, the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have spent a year warning the American people about Project 2025, warning people that democracy would be under existential threat under Donald Trump. And now with Elon Musk controlling DOGE, what they're doing is Project 2025 on steroids. So you don't say there's a fire and then you give the arsonist a match and gasoline, and that's effectively what Chuck Schumer did.
Yeah.
It's like if Democrats
That's a great analogy.
Were rowing a boat and they had one person rowing on the left side and then the person on the right side stop rowing, and then they wonder why they're not moving. They're
This guy
moving,
is a
or they're staying
master
still.
of analogies.
Or they're going in circles.
Or they're going in circles.
Or Amy's she's like, actually, we only got one person rowing, you're going in a circle. Thank you, Amy. It's science.
It's science.
But seriously, great analogies right here. This guy's coming in hot.
And this is just one of the things that, people are really angry. And I think more than ever, we need ordinary citizens, ordinary Americans involved in our politics, engaged in politics, because the Democratic leadership, it is clear they're not going to stand up and fight against Trump and Musk in the way that grassroots Democrats want them to. I think what Chuck Schumer did, I have few words for it.
If he had signaled he was going to do that all along, that would be different. You would just differ with him supporting it, right?
Yeah.
But it was that he suggested he was going to vote against this. What did he say in a New York Times op-ed? He called Republicans a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who seem to want to burn everything to the ground, and accused Trump of wanting full control over government spending. Yet by supporting the Republican bill, wasn't he giving that power to Trump and Musk? Now,
it makes no sense. They had a chance. Democrats had a chance to tell the nation that the Republicans and Donald Trump were shutting down the government in order to protect Elon Musk, one of the wealthiest men in the world. That could have been the message over the next few weeks, and instead they folded and let the flooding the zone and the chaos continue. Schumer went in the Times and gave what I thought was a totally nonsensical interview where he said, our goal is to make the Republicans unpopular so that the fever breaks. Right. That if we can get Trump's approval down under 40%, then soon Republicans will come to the table and negotiate with Democrats. And Schumer cited 2005 and 2017 as examples of that. Right. We are not in 2005 or 2017. We are in the era of Project 2025 run by Elon Musk. And I don't think politics is about knowing what time it is, and I frankly don't think that Schumer knows what time it is.
I want to ask you about calls mounting for new.
Yeah. Chuck Schumer does not know what time it is politically. Doesn't know what temperature it is out there in the streets.
That's hot.
Ah, boy. All right. Let's go here. With recent polls coming out, things got a little spicy on the CNN roundtable. I think this was Abby's thingy show, whatever you call this.
I thought this polling was interesting. This is whether Democrats should work with the GOP or stop the Republican agenda. But what I want you to look at here is how this has changed. And back in 2017, 74% of Democrats said they should work with the GOP. Now, 57% say they should stop the Republican agenda. There has been a complete shift in the mindset of the Democratic Party. They want resistance. They want a Tea Party. 100.
Yeah. Those numbers are incredibly stark. In 7 years, there's a 50-point gap between people who wanted Democrats to work with the GOP, which was it was very, very neoliberal, like, hey, we got to work with Republicans. How else are we going to get stuff done in this government? And now, it's switched. That 74 is now, the majority opinion has switched sides, and now the gap is actually like 15 points to the other direction, which is like a 60-point shift.
Shift in the mindset of the Democratic Party. They want resistance. They want a Tea Party.
100%. And what you just said, we should
immediately, if not sooner.
As a congressman, am I correct in saying that you just said we should listen to the people? Why aren't they listening to the people? There's no leadership. There's nobody doing anything. And what we saw, honestly, was a cave. Yet again, another example with Schumer saying, I don't want the smoke. And we're asking, I mean, they are begging. She just showed the dramatic shift. I don't understand what the problem is. Why is there nobody, for lack of a better word, with some cojones to stand up and say, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well,
if
look,
you know we need it, and I'm not trying to give you the smoke, but if you know we need it, why is it not happening?
Look, we need to throw a punch. That's correct. And the American people want us to throw a punch.
By the way, you're political punch,
punch,
not literal punch, because then they're going to say stuff.
Now, of course, you know, the proposals that they're bringing are horrendous enough for us to do that, and we should do that.
What's horrendous about the CR? It continues funding the government.
Oh my God!
About the CR is that it is a cut.
No.
Yes, it is.
It is.
If you do not consider the cost of doing business, if you do not consider that the cost of living, for example, has gone up, that everything has gone up.
Now you're changing. It's not a cut. You're being
dishonest.
It's a cut. It's not a cut.
It's a cut.
It's continuing
a cut
funding the government at the same levels. It's not a cut. You voted to shut down the government. You voted to lay off every veteran in the federal government. You're making a passionate plea for why Democrats didn't shut down the government. And now...
Wow, to lay off? That's not true, Scott. You know that. Lay off they were not, there's a difference between not getting paid and being laid off. We all know that, right?
Schumer can't even have a book tour because Democrats are so enraged at the government.
Chuck.
And I'm just confused because last week I was told that people going and expressing their First Amendment rights was part of their democratic and civic duty. And now Chuck Schumer can't even...
Now he can't even have a book tour.
Party with Democrats.
And he's got to arrest protesters for saying what they think. That's free speech. That's what? Huh? What? It's weird. I wonder if Scott knows that Chuck Schumer had protesters outside of his office arrested, and what he would think about that.
I'm trying to decide.
I mean, Scott, I actually think that Democrats are in agreement with you in the sense that they probably think Chuck Schumer should,
yes,
to
exactly.
Gary's point, take the smoke.
2 weeks ago, he was attacking
show up and take the. He should show up and take the L. Is what I'm saying. No one's saying he can't have it, Scott. He can do whatever he chose to. But once again, another example of him deciding to hide. I would love for him to go on the book tour so that he can answer the questions of the American people. Security risk. Perhaps may be true, according to what Abby has said and what his office is saying.
Who would be the security risk, though?
I don't know.
Who would be the security risk?
Wait a minute. The book is about.
Who is the risk?
Scott,
can we just admit who the risk is?
The book is about anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, right.
I guess somebody.
The left is a big security risk. Oh yeah. Oh God, the left. Yeah, with all those left-wing hate militias. Sorry. Not the most productive conversation on CNN ever. But that poll itself is quite illuminating, showing that, yeah, Democrats do seem to want a leftist Tea Party more and more, and not the neo-lib leadership that has been ruling the Democratic Party for quite some time now. Decades. Don't work with Republicans. That's what the voters are telling you. Fight back. Okay. We gotta take a break before we get back to the content. 2 hours in. First break. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, look around. Look around. See? Still celebrating St. Paddy's Day with a green pool. What? That's right. Keeping it holiday-centric. Anyway, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in galactic notifications. I'd also like to recommend to you your considerations on supporting this stream, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your love of the Galactic News Network. Help us keep the lights on here at the space station. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those two aforementioned platforms a 30 or 40% cut. Forgo it. Give it to me. But the best way, of course, to get the most space benefits while also doing all of those things I just said is to go on to Patreon. Become a galactic patron, where a myriad of space benefits awaits you. That's right, get a little avatar on stream, shoutouts, and so much more. I'm not even get into the whole list, just go on to the website, click the link in my bio or in the chat. And get yourself started on your galactic journey. Only $3 US a month to become a galactic patron. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back, chat. You know what that means? It's time for us to get back to the show. I noticed people noticing new support, not support characters, new emotion. Oh my god, my brain just broke. New patron avatars, that's right. All over the place. More and more people deciding to become even more galactic in their lives. While also showing support for GNN. Adding a little flair to the screen. Okay. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta take something off of the space stove. Otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Please hold. Okay, I guess that food is hot enough. Yeah, figure out my schedule better. So I don't have to eat during the stream. I get hungry. Okay, chat, I get hungry. Alright, okay. Let's talk about a disturbing aspect of some of the things that have been going on recently. If you didn't hear, Donald Trump is seeking to invoke a wartime piece of legislation, which we talked about last year during Trump's election campaign, the Alien Enemies Act. Something which was used to intern the Japanese population in the United States during World War II. It has only been used during wartime, but Donald Trump is seeking to use it for the purposes of deporting people from the United States. Essentially declaring war on brown people, I guess. That's kind of what it feels like, at least. Started off with NBC Bay Area from 2 days ago.
President Trump has invoked a rarely used wartime authority not used in decades. During World War II, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 was part of the rationale for mass incarceration, particularly of those with Japanese ancestry.
And now the president wants to use it to try to deport suspected members of a Venezuelan gang. But a federal judge has stepped in, expanding an order that temporarily blocks that effort. NBC Bay Area's Mayron Favreau tracking the latest developments.
Today, the judge in the case also expanded his decision to apply to all non-citizens in U.S. custody who are subject to Trump's proclamation. But the Justice Department plans to appeal the decision, and that has some in the Bay Area worried about history repeating itself. At the Japanese American Museum in San Jose, strong reactions to President Trump's attempts to invoke the Alien Enemies Act from the 1790s.
I am outraged. I know people whose parents were disappeared in the middle of the night who were Japanese Americans the last time that the Alien Enemies Act was invoked.
Activist Susan Hayase recently formed the Neighbors Not Enemies coalition to fight to repeal the Alien Enemies Act. Coalition members say the act played a pivotal role in the eventual internment of more than 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II.
With this Alien Enemies Act, this wartime act, they may circumvent the rights of many people in this country who are protected by normal immigration and criminal laws.
The act enables a president to quickly detain and deport immigrants from a hostile nation. The Trump administration attempted to invoke the act to deport 5 Venezuelan nationals it claims are taking hostile actions against the U.S. But
This whole thing has such implications to it, right? And I'm not joking about him declaring war on brown people, because that's the only way that this can be justified, essentially. It's like, even though Venezuela, even though country is invading us, we're being invaded, and that's why we have to use an act from the 18th century intended to essentially deport foreign soldiers and spies. Oh. Sixth emotional support character incoming. Alright, let's go and talk a little bit more about this and a few other things. Jamie Raskin was interviewed by Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! Yesterday. Here is that interview.
The United States is moving closer to a constitutional crisis as the Trump administration refuses multiple court orders, while the president vows to take revenge on political enemies and escalates his attack on the press. On Saturday, the U.S. deported 137 Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador after President Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which was last used to justify the arrest and internment of 30,000 Japanese, German, and Italian nationals during World War II. Meanwhile, Colombia student protest leader Mahmoud Khalil remains locked up in an ICE jail in Louisiana for taking part in student protests against Israel's war on Gaza. A second Colombia student protester has also been arrested. On Friday, President Trump spoke at the Department of Justice and threatened to take revenge on his political enemies.
Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred.
In a moment, we'll be joined by Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland. But first, let's turn to a part of his response to Trump's speech. Raskin spoke outside the Department of Justice Friday.
In the 18th century, the American Revolution overthrew the kings, the lords, and the feudal barons to establish a nation where we would have a nation where all would be equal under the law. As Tom Paine put it, in the monarchies, the king is law, but in the democracies, the law is king. But amazingly, we now have a president in the 21st century who believes he's a king, and he believes that the king is the law once again. The first 7 weeks of this radical experiment in neo-monarchism has been a disaster for the rule of law, and for the Constitution, and for the First Amendment. There have been 120 federal cases filed against Donald Trump all over the country, and he has lost already in more than 40 courtrooms across the land where temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions have been issued against his lawless attack on the Constitution.
That was Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland speaking outside the DOJ on Friday, responding to Trump's speech. He's joining us now from Tacoma Park, Maryland. Congressmember Raskin is the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee and a former constitutional law professor. During Trump's first presidency, Raskin served as a floor manager and the Democrats' lead prosecutor for Trump's second impeachment after the January 6th Capitol insurrection. He was also a member of the House January 6th committee investigating the Capitol insurrection. In January, Biden gave preemptive pardons to Raskin and other members of the January 6th House committee. Earlier today, President Trump claimed the pardons are invalid because he said they were done by autopen. Congressmember Jamie Raskin, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't we start there? With President Trump saying all the pardons that he issued that were done by autopen are invalid. That would include you. Your response.
First of all, thank you for having me, Amy. And that was the first time I got to hear a clip from our press conference. What you couldn't hear there was the constant berating and heckling of Maga counter-protesters who showed up. We were being drowned out by a guy with a bullhorn. I wanted to borrow his bullhorn because we didn't have a sound system with us. But I appreciate your running that clip where we went and appeared opposite Donald Trump. But I had not seen that Donald Trump is claiming that the pardon rendered by President Biden was somehow illegitimate because of the kind of pen that was used. This sounds like classic Donald Trump stuff. The pardons, of course, were necessary because of Trump's promises to prosecute Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney. Less so the rest of us, but they'd already made their moves against Liz Cheney, and I have no reason to think that those are not valid any more than the humiliating and atrocious pardons that Donald Trump gave to nearly 1,600 insurrectionists, including.
Yeah, it's a great point. Donald Trump complaining about the legitimacy of pardons from Joe Biden. We all know why he's doing it, right? Because he's pissed off that Joe Biden pardoned people before he could come into power, and prosecute them. And because Donald Trump genuinely has a sense of victimhood around all this, right? It's been a huge part of his brand over the last number of years, last 4 years, really. Essentially just pretending like there's this war against him in the legal system, even though it's just clear crimes that were committed by him. And or at least criminal activity, or seemingly plenty of criminal activity surrounding the events of January 6th and the election. And yet, you know, and because of all that, he feels this outrage, and he needs to go at. He was genuinely planning to go after the January 6th committee. He said it like a bunch of times during the election. I don't know if everybody remembers that, but that was like number one on his list, to go after the Jan 6th committee, go after Joe Biden and Hunter Biden in the courts, put Pam Bondi in there. She was a big time Stop the Stealer when she was AG of Florida. And so, you know, you put somebody like that in the DOJ, you say, hey, go to town, Pam. Do whatever you think is right. But now, with those pardons there, suddenly, Trumpy doesn't get what he wants.
Illegal.
Violent felons who viciously attacked our police officers on January 6th.
So if you can talk about this almost unprecedented speech. It is very rare for a president to go to the Department of Justice and give a speech like this. I think Clinton did around some anti-crime bill, which when many would dispute was actually an anti-crime bill. Obama went to say goodbye to the Attorney General. But to give an hour address, naming names of targets, talking about the press as enemies of the people, if you can respond overall to what he said.
Well, it was a typical rambling and hate-filled diatribe by Donald Trump. No speech like that has ever taken place at the U.S. Department of Justice, which has existed since 1870, when it was set up to try to enforce the Reconstruction amendments to the Constitution against the Ku Klux Klan and against white supremacists and insurrectionists and secessionists. But nobody has ever taken a sledgehammer to the traditional boundary between independent criminal law enforcement on the one side and presidential political will and power on the other. But here, Trump made it clear that he views these people as his lawyers. They are reporting to him according to his corrupt unitary executive theory.
I mean, he does not just be, I mean, the fact is one of the people at the AG is now one of Donald Trump's lawyers, right? What's his name? The guy who argued in front of the Supreme Court. Scott? I can't remember this guy's name now. But literally, one of Donald Trump's own lawyers, who still has a duty to, as a lawyer, according to the Bar Association, not to, I don't know all the rules, so I can't go down the list or anything, but it is massively problematic. I think, what is he, the assistant AG? I can't remember. Deputy AG? Yeah, Donald Trump's own lawyer is now at the AG. So I can see why you get it confused. It's almost like it is his own personal law firm now to wage war against the people.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Now, I don't know if you heard, but Donald Trump sent hundreds of what are supposedly Venezuelans to El Salvador recently over the last, I think, last 24 hours. But there was also a court case that was ongoing while this took place. And in fact, some are suggesting that the order came down before those prisoners ever made it to El Salvador, which would potentially mean Donald Trump violated a federal court order which would constitute a constitutional crisis. If Donald Trump is just verifiably ignoring these orders. Something we've been essentially, opining on since the beginning, right? As to whether or not Donald Trump will listen to the courts. Talked about the moments in which it seemed like he wasn't listening to the courts.
And the federal.
Now that evidence seems to be piling up.
A dramatic showdown between the White House and the federal courts after the Trump administration deported hundreds of suspected Venezuelan gang members. They were placed on planes and flown to El Salvador over the weekend, despite a federal judge blocking the move and requiring any planes in the air to turn around and return to the United States. In a rare move, President Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 for the first time since World War II to speed up the deportations. On Air Force One last night, he was asked, did his administration violate the judge's order?
I don't want reality.
I don't know. You have to speak to the lawyers.
I don't know. How would I know that?
Are you planning to do more deportations? I can tell you this. These were bad people.
The very worst.
A bad group of, as I say, hombres.
As I say, hombres.
The White House denied
nasty.
it defied the order to halt the flights that actually flew,
hombres.
Saying it came after the migrants had already been removed from the U.S. territory, though the Washington Post now reporting that 2 of the flights left while the judge was reviewing the case, and a third departed after the judge's ruling. CNN's Elena Treen is joining us now from the White House. Elena, there are concerns that we are going to crash right into a constitutional crisis because of all this. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, this could be one of the most significant legal challenges and really legal quagmires that this administration faces ever since taking office, depending on how this moves forward. But look, this is something that the president long vowed to do. And I know from my conversations with White House officials that he's behind the scenes talked about wanting to personally do for quite some time now. But it's also something that the White House expected would face significant legal challenges. And that is because the Alien Enemies Act is an 18th century law. It's designed to be invoked when the United States is at war with another country or is expected to be invaded or invade another country shortly. Right now, the United States is clearly not at war with Venezuela, but the president actually also speaking on Air Force One last night argued that this was worse than war. Take a listen to how he put it.
They invaded our country. So this isn't, in that sense, this is war.
This is war. We were declaring war against Venezuela.
Because, in war, they have uniforms. You know who you're shooting at. You know who you're going after. These are people that came out. They're walking our streets.
I mean,
now, Sarah, again, this could be.
When he's saying that, it sounds like he's just, he's declaring war on like a large number of countries when he's talking about this. If we're deporting people, it's a war. There's a war on U.S. soil. It's purely, it's insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like, the definition of what a war is now has become so vague and sort of bastardized because, of course, we played around with it already when it came to the war on terror, but now it's the war on people. If you're brown and you don't speak English, guess what, buddy? Time to go back to where you came from.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Unless, I don't know, you got $5 million? Okay, alright, then you can stay. Everybody else can go fuck yourself.
One of the most significant legal challenges the administration has faced yet, because there are questions right now over whether or not the administration knowingly and intentionally violated that federal judge's order to halt this temporarily, this order, and also turn any planes carrying Venezuelan migrants to an El Salvador prison back around. Now, the White House has been insisting repeatedly now that they did not defy the judge's order. I'm going to read for you quickly what some of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement yesterday. She said, quote, "The administration did not refuse to comply with a court order. The order, which had no lawful basis, was issued after terrorist aliens," there she's referring to migrants associated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, "had already been removed from U.S. territory. It went on to say a single judge in a single city cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier full of foreign alien terrorists who were physically expelled from U.S. soil. Now, to get to your point earlier, Sarah.
I mean, that seems to be an omission right there. They were not yet actually like this. I mean, it's a little vague, but I mean, a single judge cannot direct the movements of an aircraft carrier full of foreign, which essentially suggests that all of those migrants were still, and some of them may not have been migrants. It's not even clear. But the fact is the aircraft still had people on it. They were still in U.S. custody, right? Like, she's like, this is knowledge, right? This is, what do you want to call it? Like, I got it. My understanding of the legal system sort of shaky, trying to explain what this, the actual evidentiary kind of evidence it would be, whatever, right? But like, it's pretty clear that she has knowledge of this aircraft being full of foreign alien terrorists or whatever they want to, people, right? People who were in U.S. custody at the time that this judge made the order, right? Otherwise, she would have said, you can't reverse some people deportation, right? You can't, or saying, you know, like, this essentially suggests that they were in the transportation, they were in the process of transporting those people, which, you know, this seems to be a blatant admission of what just happened. This is my interpretation of it, of course, and I'm not a legal expert, but this seems to be clear knowledge of both the order and of the current, at least of the time, detention and custody of these people. Which I think essentially says that Donald Trump did, in fact. The Trump administration absolutely just circumvented and ignored the order of a federal judge, which puts us in clearly within constitutional crisis territory. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Like, we've been floating this idea that we are on the verge of that. This does it, right? Once Donald Trump this was the moment that we've all, I think many of us have been waiting for. Certainly in the media space, of trying to figure out just how far we've already gone. This, I think, says exactly that. They're going to ignore court orders, which leaves us with no recourse, especially when you talk, like, with Senate Democrats, you know, oh God, my brain just broke. Just, you know, acquiescing to Donald Trump's bill, keeping the government open, so you can keep doing stuff like this, because there was also an increase in military spending, which, of course, as we know, they've been using military aircraft and personnel to execute some of these deportations. It's official. There's no other way to put it. We are in a constitutional crisis now. Donald Trump is, in fact, just going forward with the destruction of balance of powers. I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't be emboldened to do such a thing right now, in the midst of basically being granted new powers from Congress.
Been following about
you know,
an
Democrats
Orange
have
County
completely capitulated, and you know, led by Chuck Schumer. Of course, there was only 10 people that voted with him, but it's still, I mean, it's horrifying to think that 1/5 of Democratic senators voted along with Chuck Schumer to give these guys the green light, essentially, on all this stuff. Stuff like this. I mean, this is insane. Let's go to this story. NBCLA from yesterday. Orange County couple with no criminal history to be deported after 35 years in the United States. 35 years, almost 4 decades in the United States, now being deported, even though they're not criminals. I thought we were just deporting the criminals. Isn't that what we were told? The criminal threat.
Been following about an Orange County couple detained after living here in the U.S. for 35 years. The family says their parents are now expected to be deported to Colombia by the end of this month. NBC4's Hedy Chang is live right now in Newport Beach with what we've learned about this particular case. Hedy.
Colleen, I spoke with Stephanie Gonzalez today. She tells me that her parents, Gladys and Nelson, are at a detention center now in Louisiana. Now, an ICE spokesperson today confirmed what the family told us last week, that neither has a criminal history. But that spokesperson says they are violating immigration law and both have final orders of removal.
Me rompe el corazón.
Stephanie Gonzalez shares her family's heartbreak. She says her parents, Gladys and Nelson, have lived in Southern California for 35 years. She says they're good people who paid their taxes, raised a wonderful family in Laguna Niguel, and recently became first-time grandparents. But Gonzalez's parents came to the U.S. from Colombia illegally. And the family says during a routine check-in with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, their parents were both detained February 21st, and they're now scheduled to be deported to Colombia by the end of the month.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Gonzalez says President Donald Trump promised to take out criminals who have committed horrible crimes, and that's not the truth. She says her parents have no criminal history, and an ICE spokesperson did confirm that today. In a statement saying, in part, as part of its routines operations, ICE arrests aliens who commit crimes. The statement goes on to emphasize, and other individuals who have violated our nation's immigration.
Oh, right. So not just violent criminals, but also people who just are here. They're just here living their lives, being part of our society. Them too. Especially if you're brown. Maybe those two will be treated like the El Salvadorian prisoners. That's right. We send a bunch of supposed Tren de Aragua members in the United States. Who was this? I can't remember if this was a State Department or who else, but they posted a what do you want to call this? It's almost like a commercial. It's like an ad for how great of a job they're doing at bringing in fascism across the planet. Now, Nayib Bukele is a horrifying dictator who has been, accused of some serious violations of human rights in these prisons. So we are basically sending these people to what may be a death sentence. Certainly labor camps and all these other sorts of horrifying atrocities have occurred against prisoners in El Salvador, and that's where we're sending people to. Not great. Not great. Now, Voldemort went on to CNN to talk to reporters about this potentially illegal break with the Constitution. See what Stephen Miller had to say, otherwise known as Voldemort. Because they're basically the same guy, both in vibes and in looks.
Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, is here with me now. Stephen, thanks very much for being in the arena.
Glad to. Thank you.
So you called the judge's order just earlier today, quote, patently unlawful, end quote, and said that it was an assault on democracy itself. Does that mean that the administration is ignoring this order, and might you ignore future court orders that meet the criteria you laid out?
The President of the United States and his administration reserve all rights under the Constitution to conduct national security operations in defense of the United States. The Alien Enemies Act, which was passed into law by the founding generation of this country, men like John Adams, was written explicitly to give the President the authority to repel an alien invasion of the United States.
The law.
That is not something
It's not, there's
that
no
a
invasion.
district court judge has any authority whatsoever
There's
to
no
interfere
invasion.
with.
I love how he starts off. He's like, as long as you accept that the United States is being invaded, then all this just makes perfect sense. But you just have to accept that a completely fictitious invasion is in fact going on. That then we have all the authority to do whatever the fuck we want. Well, that's fucking bullshit. Charlie Janmir gifting a galactic membership to Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Enjoy the galactic member and the benefits that come with
Enjoin,
it.
to restrict, or to restrain any way. You can read the law yourself. There's not one clause in that law that makes it subject to judicial review, let alone district court review.
So, Stephen,
The president is... The president's actions are all subject to judicial review, Stephen. Okay? Just because the law doesn't bring up judicial review, that has nothing to do with it. Everything that the president does is technically subject to both Congress and the judiciary. You should know that.
There's no authority at all. This is how our system works. It starts with these judges and then continues up. At what point does it become, in your view, legal for the justice system to be looking at this and making a judgment? And I fail to see how there's any other way but to start with where we're starting here before you get to eventually the Supreme Court.
Well, so first of all, there's a term in law, justiciable. This is not justiciable. In other words, this is not subject to judicial remedy. When the president is exercising his Article 2 powers to defend the country against an invasion or to repel a foreign terrorist that is unlawfully in the country, he's exercising his core Article 2 powers as commander-in-chief.
Is Venezuela invading the U.S.?
This is a very important point. This is a Title 50 authority. It's a commander-in-chief authority. So just to ask you a simple question, you talk about how the system works. Does a district court judge have the right to direct or enjoin troop movements overseas? Yes or no?
Well, Stephen,
That's
my question...
a completely different...
Well, no.
Stephen, why are you talking about troops? Why are you talking about troops? And the fact is, the president doesn't direct troops. Technically, it's, you know, the generals. I mean, he approves certain things. But this is fascinating. So he's saying, they are gonna keep doubling down on this. We're at war with brown people who are invading the country. And they're gonna keep saying that this is somehow justification for all the shit that they're doing. It's wild.
You could answer my question first,
in other words,
is Venezuela invading our country in a way that would
TDA, so I'll answer yours and you'll answer mine. Under the terms of the statute, Tren de Aragua is an alien enemy force that has come here as detailed at length in the proclamation at the direction of the Venezuelan government. The statute says that a president has the ability to repel an invasion or predatory incursion.
So we're being invaded by Venezuela.
By a state or a government, right? Are they a state or a government?
This would be, yes, it is documented that TDA was sent by the Venezuelan government in the proclamation.
So
it is a more important point.
So he's suggesting that somehow that the Venezuelan government directed people to invade the United States. Interesting. These guys really are going to take this as far as they can, no matter how ridiculous and devoid of truth it is.
Who makes that determination? A district court judge elected by no one, or the commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy? The president and the president alone makes a decision of what triggers that determination.
So do you then
in the
think we
statute.
are actually at war with Venezuela, the nation state of Venezuela?
You're not hearing me and you're not understanding me. Read the statute, Alien Enemies Act, 1798. It says if a predatory incursion is perpetrated by a foreign government, so it lists three qualifying actions. It could be an act of war.
It does say in the very beginning there has to be a declared war against a nation or a state. That's what it says.
No, wrong. Look up the statute. It's on my account on social media.
On my account.
You can go see it. Yes, it says or.
Look it up. She's like, yeah, that's actually we did. We went onto your social media. Foreign nation or government. This is directly from Steven's little X page. Hilarious. Hilarious, dude. But he's going to continue suggesting that somehow this justifies all of the things that they're doing. It doesn't. And it doesn't justify any of it, honestly. Unless you just accept, just nonsense. Suggesting that Venezuela is invading us. I guess Mexico is also invading us too. Colombia, all the other places, Guatemala, whoever else. We've done a lot of deporting already. I guess everybody's invading us. And that's why they don't have to listen to the courts. This guy is genuinely a massive fucking problem. Because he, I mean, from what I can tell, Stephen Miller genuinely thinks that the wrong people won World War II. He's really, he genuinely seems to love fascism. Really, of all the people in here, him and Russ Vogt seem to be a couple of the guys in this crew that genuinely, they've done their studying. They've figured out all sorts of horrifying ways to usher it back in. And they are honestly, in many ways, succeeding to usher fascism back in, too. Just the general state of affairs. Let's see what else he had to say here to media while on the over here behind the White House. This is Forbes breaking news from 17 hours ago. Stephen Miller asked, should other Americans be concerned they'll be deported without due process?
Illegal.
I don't want reality.
Industrial base. You were about to ask a question?
If things go your way in court this afternoon regarding the Enemies Act, how many more flights do you anticipate would head towards El Salvador in the coming days?
Well, I'm not going to reveal details of the president's full plan and the administration's full plan with respect to the dismantlement and eradication of TDA. But a few points on this. One is that the president reserves the right to exercise all necessary authorities to secure the homeland and to repel any invasion or incursion. The judge, which is truly beyond comprehension and belief, issued his unlawful order without even receiving any information on this terrorist organization, on the diplomacy that had been conducted.
Wait, what? The judge issued this lawful order, not unlawful. Oh, he's suggesting it's unlawful. I get it. Even though judges are the people who preside over the law, it's unlawful for that judge to issue an order for Stephen Miller to respect, the Constitution.
Information on this terrorist organization, on the diplomacy that had been conducted internationally by the Secretary of State.
What diplomacy?
Any briefing from the intelligence community, any information at all, let alone the fact that he's trying to issue the movement of aircraft that are operating outside the United States, the legal equivalent of directing troop movements overseas, or moving around an aircraft carrier on matters of essential.
No, and they don't even have any proof that this plane had even left United States airspace. So, you know, this shit is wild. This is really, really bad. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. So they've just completely ignored this court order. And they're justifying it by suggesting it's unlawful. That we're at war. We're at war with Venezuela, everyone. Officially. I thought Trump was going to end the wars. Now we're at war with Venezuela? Okay. Now, amongst all this, Donald Trump is considering a travel ban to more than 40 different countries. I don't know if you heard.
You said the judge's order was illegal. Is it because the TRO was illegal that the planes didn't turn around for the oral order from the judge?
The actions of the Departments of Justice, Homeland Security, were not in conflict with the judge's order. But at the same time, it is also true that the judge's order was patently unlawful. Beyond unlawful, it was an outrageous.
I forgot I had this clip. It's the same shit. He just continues to say that whatever this judge did was unlawful. Everything they did was lawful. It's just the reverse. It's the reverse of reality.
I don't want reality.
It is fucking insane.
A new draft travel ban making the rounds at the White House recommends travel restrictions for 43 countries, primarily in the global south.
It's clearly discriminating against developing nations.
According to reporting from the New York Times, the list includes 3 color-coded categories: red, orange, and yellow. 11 countries under the red list will potentially have all travel to the U.S. banned for their citizens. It includes Cuba, Syria, and Afghanistan. Alarming news for Maggie Salem, who works to resettle Afghan refugees, some who served with U.S. forces in Afghanistan and could face grave danger.
Adding Afghanistan to the list, if there isn't an exception made for these Afghan allies, and that's unclear right now, is really a significant change and something that's on top of the list itself being disturbing, even more disturbing.
Russia, Belarus, and Haiti are part of the 10 countries on the orange list, which calls for visas to be sharply restricted. And the yellow list includes over 20 countries, some in the Caribbean, that could face partial visa suspension if their governments fail to address, quote, deficiencies within 60 days. The new list of countries is far broader than the travel ban Trump imposed on 7 majority Muslim countries during his first term and faced several legal challenges before taking effect in 2018.
Illegal.
Upon taking office, Trump ordered the State Department to recommend countries for visa restrictions because of inadequate vetting. But Salem says
the U.S. has the ability to vet and screen all refugees that come into the U.S. There is not a lack of information available to different security agencies in the U.S. to assess whether someone is an actual risk.
A U.S. official speaking anonymously to reporters says there could be changes to the list and has not yet been approved by the Trump administration. Candace Cole, Global News.
Okay. Yeah, we covered this one on Sunday, I think, or Saturday. Just wanted to throw this one in here again. While we were talking about these deportations, this is absolutely going to add to the chaos. All right, let's go here. CBS New York. Talk about a guy by the name of Cash App Patel. By the way, Galactic News Network is completely funded by viewers like you. Great way to contribute is, of course, Cash App. That's right. Or YouTube Super Chats, those are great too. Those are good. Super Stickers, big fan. Memberships, of course, are also good. But Cash App will now also run the FBI. And he's got some plans. He's got some plans, horrifying, to say the least.
FBI Director Kash Patel is pushing ahead with his plan to reshape and reorganize the Bureau. Patel's agenda includes overhauling the agency's command structure and dividing the Bureau into 3 regions. Now, this move is a shift from the post-9/11 structure that's been in place ever since. Let's bring in CBS News Department of Justice reporter Jake Rosen. Jake, can you give us more detail about these changes and what Patel hopes to accomplish?
Right. The 52 department heads that are all around the country, and they work in cities ranging from right here in Washington to New York to LA to other parts of the country. Now they're going to be broken up into those 3 different buckets that you talked about. And this is what Kash Patel really spoke about his first moments after being confirmed as FBI director, wanting to take a lot of the central power out of the DC headquarters of the FBI, shifting it into that power and basically the field logistics back to those agents in those areas. So for instance, an agent on the West Coast will be reporting to basically an agent who leads all of the Western Division. Then that person will then report to the deputy FBI director, Dan Bongino, who was confirmed today. What this does is basically, again, take some of that leverage off of this deputy role, which Dan Bongino, who has no formal FBI experience, will certainly maybe be appreciative of that. It will allow him to do other things that Kash Patel wants him to do, but it will also take and remove staff out of the FBI headquarters here in D.C., which is, again, something that Kash Patel, FBI director, has wanted to do for a long time, which is, strip power out of the bureaucrats here in Washington and give it back to the FBI agents in charge.
President Trump delivered a speech Friday airing grievances over federal investigations, demanding full accountability from those involved. What should we expect from that?
I think it was...
Rather than having a structure of, authority within the FBI, just have rogue FBI agents sort of, just going through the streets, sort of going from there, shooting from the hip, That's a good plan. And that's a great plan. No way that goes wrong. All right, let's talk about some financial stuff. Because all of these actions Donald Trump has been taking have been infecting America, also affecting Americans in general, and people have been getting hurt. We already talked about a few stories like that. Let's go here. Secular talk with Kyle Kulinski. He's got the report here on a story quite troubling, to say the least.
So, guys, one of the crown jewel accomplishments of the U.S. government is Social Security. Social Security has never missed a payment. It's a beloved government program. It's the most popular government program. And we used to live in a country where over 30%, maybe even over 40% of our seniors lived in poverty. Then we did Social Security, and that number plummeted to 10%. So it's a clear example that government can work for the people. Well, guess what? Now our streak of Social Security never missing a payment, it's over. It's gone. It's done. Because of a man by the name of Elon Musk. So we knew that these horror stories were going to start rolling in when the Trump administration started lying and saying that there are 150-year-olds that are getting Social Security. There are 200-year-olds who are getting Social Security. We knew that this was laying the groundwork to start cutting off payments under the guise of, bro, we're just getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, bro. That's all we're doing. Bullshit. Total bullshit. There are no 150-year-olds getting payments. There are no 200-year-olds. It has to do with the way the system was coded. But they know that. But they're lying on purpose. So here we go. We're starting to get those horror stories now. The richest man in the world, Elon Musk, took over $5,000 out of this guy's bank account, claiming he was saving money by falsely claiming he was dead. This gentleman right here. Here's what they say in the Seattle Times. Here's a dead person on Social Security in Seattle with plenty to say. DOGE has 10 staffers at Social Security in hunt for dead people, the headlines read this past week. I found a dead person on Social Security right here in Seattle on Capitol Hill. Of course, the circumstances of Ned Johnson's death were completely the opposite of what Elon Musk and his DOGE had claimed was rampant. You wake up one day and discover you're dead, Johnson told me. It's been truly surreal. That's the biggest difference. My deceased guy turns out to be very much alive. Musk is contending that hordes of dead people are listed as alive in the Social Security databases and are fraudulently still drawing benefits, which the Social Security director disputes. Johnson is 82 and still kicking. Yet sometime last month, someone or something led Social Security to both tag him as dead and start clawing back his benefits. Johnson's strange trip through the netherworld began in February when a letter from his bank arrived addressing his wife, Pam. We recently received notification of Leonard A. Johnson's passing. It began, we offer our sincerest condolences. Now, by the way, look at his name. That is a very generic name. Is it possible a different Leonard Johnson died and Elon and DOGE decided, let's just cut off the payments to multiple Leonard Johnsons? It's very possible.
It's possible to figure out which Leonard Johnson
At first,
it
she
is.
figured it was a scam. Her husband, after all, was sitting right there. But then the bank got to the point. We know this is a difficult time and we're here to help. We received a question from Social Security Administration to return benefits paid to Leonard Johnson's account after their passing. There's nothing you need to do. We've deducted the funds from Leonard Johnson's account. It itemized how $5,201 had been stricken from their bank account on the grounds that Ned wasn't justified to get those benefits because he was dead. That was for payments he'd received in December and January. I told you this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. Soon as they started lying about Social Security, they were letting the world know, we're going to illegally cut it. We're going to say we're getting rid of waste, fraud, abuse, but we're not, and we're just going to steal money from old people. He's not the only one. We got another one. Oklahoma City man says Social Security benefits terminated without warning or explanation.
Probably seen the headlines out of Washington. Department of Government Efficiency leader Elon Musk calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme during his push for major cuts.
Well, this month, the former Social Security administrator warned DOGE's cuts could likely disrupt benefits for millions of Americans on Social Security. And tonight, an Oklahoma City man tells our Spencer Humphrey he thinks he's now among the first to have that happen.
If there's one thing James McCaffrey looked forward to more than anything about retirement,
taking more time with the grandkids.
It might have been the chance to finally dip into his life savings and, quite frankly, spoil his 3 grandkids. That and, of course, finally having the time to travel the world with his wife.
Puerto Vallarta.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But after he checked the mail Tuesday morning, he thought all those dreams may have to wait.
I'd hate to have to turn around and say, well, I have to worry about my next check. I can't do that.
You see, in the mail was a bill from Medicare.
And it said that I needed to pay $740 before the 25th of this month, or I was going to lose my Medicare.
That seemed off. Normally, Medicare just takes his monthly payment straight out of his Social Security check.
So I called Medicare. They returned my call after a wait and told me that they were unable to process it through my Medicare, my Social Security payment, that my Social Security was suspended.
He knew that definitely wasn't right.
I thanked him for his time and called Social Security.
After more than 2.5 hours on hold, someone with Social Security called him back and confirmed
that my account was suspended.
And that had apparently been the case as far back as mid-February.
She said she was going to input some stuff and that she hoped that would take care of it.
And sure enough, by the next morning,
I just got a simple email on my phone.
Miraculously, it had all been fixed.
And it said that my normal payment was going to resume in April. Well, that's fine and dandy. I enjoyed that, but they gave me no explanation.
To get an explanation, he had to do his own detective work. He thought back to an experience he had 2 years ago when he first went to the Social Security office to register for benefits.
The first person I talked to at the Social Security Administration told me that I was not an American citizen.
You see, James was born at a U.S. Army base in Germany where his dad was stationed for active duty. He has an American birth certificate, even stamped and sealed by the federal government.
As I was on American soil, I'm American. She told me I was going to need to hire a lawyer, get a naturalization before I could even apply for Social Security.
Wow. So he came back later with his birth certificate and passport.
Got a different person, presented my things to him, and he says, I don't need these. You're fine. I don't know why. She's just misinformed. And
Wow.
I've never had a problem with anything.
But after he got that bill on Tuesday, he thought back to something he saw on TV recently. Elon Musk, the billionaire head of the Federal Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, speaking on Fox Business Network about his feelings and plans for Social Security.
That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them. If we turn off this gigantic money magnet.
Gigantic money magnet. Yes. Ah, yeah. Like that guy. Like that illegal American. Interesting. You know, this is what happens when you put a bunch of incompetent people, completely uneducated or trained in dealing with things like Social Security. Bunch of children led by a billionaire with one thing in mind, a big tax cut for himself. You wind up with horrifying scenarios like this, causing people in a tremendous amount of confusion, stress. Is that what we want to do to our seniors? Confuse and stress them? That's the plan? Yeah, okay. Interesting. I thought the Republicans were supposed to care about the seniors. Weird. All right, let's talk about some other economics stories that we got here. Now, new tariffs are on their way. April 2nd. I don't know if you heard, but they're coming. Oh, before we do that, let's go here. Anybody know if Montana happened to vote for Donald Trump? Because guess what, Montana? That was stupid. Why? Well, because now housing in your area is going to be, well, you're going to have some problems. You're going to have some problems. 80% of Montana fair housing funding has been lost recently in DOGE cuts.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
A recent target of the Department of Government Efficiency spending cuts is a statewide housing nonprofit. NBC Montana's Jacob Owens hears directly from the organization.
This is the message that visitors to Montana Fair Housing's website are greeted with. It says due to DOGE, the Department of Housing and Urban Development is ending an award to the nonprofit. The message ends by asking for the public's help after the nonprofit helped the community for 37 years. Montana Fair Housing's executive director's reaction was that of disbelief, tears.
And then I just kind of had to step away till the next morning because it was just overwhelming. There was no notice. It wasn't based on performance or lack thereof.
The revoked grant provides $425,000 per year to address housing discrimination with education, outreach, and resolving disputes. Communications from HUD ended the 3-year grant in late February, effective immediately. Bean says Montana Fair Housing planned to hire 2 new employees. Those plans are no more. Bean says
now, we've talked about Montana's housing crisis. Fact is there's an incredibly low number of affordable housing units. The wealth inequality in Montana is wild. There's a bunch of super rich people who live in Montana. And then there's another group of very, very poor people who serve essentially all of those wealthy people and businesses in Montana. Now, sure, are there a few middle-income people on here? Sure. But problem is most of the real estate is owned by the rich, and Montana's particularly, what do you call it? I wanted to say just a wild example, but that's not very accurate. But it is certainly, the disparity here is quite stark. Yeah, they're just going to make it worse here in Montana, I guess.
Has 3 employees for the 180 to 200 calls, emails, and walk-ins received per month. These 3 will not be able to remain doing this work unless something changes.
If I'm not able to get some funds secured pretty quickly from other sources, we won't.
She says the nonprofit will remain in an extremely limited capacity without other funding, leaving the state lacking in services. She says the federal government could use some trimming, but describes the current process as slashing agencies.
Without
Why does everyone keep saying, oh, government needs to be trimmed? I'm so sick of hearing people say that and not be specific at all. It is such a fucking nonsense statement that means absolutely fucking nothing. If anything, all it means now is people say, what it basically means is that it just gives justification to people like Elon. Oh, you see, somebody said the government needs to be trimmed. That's all I heard. All right, let's go to talk about the trade war, which has been going on now for at least 2 months.
Between now and April 2nd, there'll be some uncertainty, but as April comes along, markets will see that the reciprocal trade policy makes a great deal of sense.
Welcome back. That was the president's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. Now, despite the market, that is to say the stock market's instability, there's been quite a bit of volatility the last month. President Trump is standing firm on his promise of implementing reciprocal tariffs and maybe others, but certainly reciprocal tariffs early next month.
April 2nd is a liberating day for our country. We're going to be getting back some of the wealth that
Liberation
very
Day.
foolish presidents gave away.
We're gonna get that money
Let's
back.
bring in Washington Post economic column
Given away to the American people.
Heather Long. Heather,
and now
it's
we're
great
gonna
to
get it
have you
back from
with us.
them. Those Americans, they don't deserve the money, so we gotta get it back.
Recently, that President Trump wants to have the economy in chaos. Why would he want to do that?
Well, it's kind of what he was saying in that clip you just played, and that is he truly believes that you can have a period of short-term pain for something that ends up better. He obviously calls it a golden age, says all these wonderful things are coming and we're all going to be richer than ever. Unfortunately, there's a bunch of holes in that argument. Number one being the pain can be very severe, and April 2nd is likely to be a day that all of these tariffs go into place, prices start to rise, and of course, other countries retaliate against us. And I think the bigger question in a lot of Americans' minds is, what's the end game look like? He keeps talking about wanting to re-industrialize the United States of America. Right now, manufacturing is about 10% of our economy and less than 10% of the jobs that employ people on a day-to-day basis. How much higher can that realistically go? And it sure would take years to build a lot of factories.
Now, as we talk...
This guy, Major, is always weirding me out. I don't know why. That's the name of that anchor, that CBS anchor. Major Garrett or something. I forget his last name. Now, she mentioned pain is coming, and all the forecasts are pointing to a recession.
Well, we start with a warning over the state of the global economy in the wake of President Trump's tariff trade war. As investors and businesses around the world struggle to keep on top of the latest developments of Donald Trump's trade policy, one influential organization has unequivocally said that tariffs will be bad.
He met with leaders in both
for global
France and the
economic
United
growth
Kingdom.
and
The House of
living
Commons
standards.
is scheduled to reopen
The
this
leading
next
economic
week after
think
being
tank, the
prorogued
OECD.
since early.
What in the fuck? It's like two different videos playing at the same time just now.
A warning over the state of the global economy in the wake of President Trump's tariff trade war. As investors and businesses around the world struggle to keep on top of the latest developments of Donald Trump's trade policy, one influential organization has unequivocally said that tariffs will be bad for global economic growth and living standards. The leading economic think tank, the OECD, has cut its forecasts, saying the global economy will only grow by 3.1% this year. The biggest changes will be felt in the United States' neighbours, with Mexico's economy set to shrink by 1.3% this year, which compares to growth of 1.2% in the previous forecast made in December. And Canada will still grow, but only by 0.7% rather than the 2% that was previously predicted. This is all based on the assumption that President Trump goes ahead with tariffs of 25% on all goods from both neighbours at the start of April. Meanwhile, the US has also been downgraded to growth of 2.2% this year and 1.6% in 2026. Well, today, Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has called for economic collaboration rather than confrontation on his first overseas trip since taking office last week. During a press conference with the French President Emmanuel Macron, Mark Carney said that Canada must reinforce ties with reliable allies in the face of economic turmoil.
I want to ensure that France and the whole of Europe works enthusiastically with Canada, the most European of non-European countries, determined like you to maintain the most positive possible relations with the United States. Canada is a reliable, trustworthy, and strong partner of France, which shares our values and lives them through action during this age of economic and geopolitical crises.
Well, in the US itself, fears over a possible recession continue, not helped by the latest retail data, which shows sales rising at just 0.2% last month, which is less than expected, suggesting the economy is growing at a rather moderate pace. This all coming ahead of the latest Federal Reserve meeting on Wednesday. Let's head over to New York now and speak to our North America business correspondent, Michelle Fleury.
Okay, there we go. You see some sort of a contraction worldwide being certainly expected in American trade partners like Canada, Mexico. The United States economy looks like it's going to also contract from previous estimates. The fact is, this can all spiral out of control pretty quickly. The fact is, right now, Americans are struggling already with a historic level of debt. Not the national debt, but just household debt is hitting record levels right now, above the 2008 levels.
On the CBS Watch, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent today would not rule out a recession. He also downplayed stock market turmoil as a sell-off has taken the S&P 500 into correction. The benchmark index is down more than 10% from its February 19th record high. Still, some Americans are feeling squeezed, defaulting on car loans at a record level. CBS's Andres Gutierrez in Los Angeles reports.
How much are you paying each month?
$930.
Troubling times on the American road. 2 years ago, Alejandra Graciola bought her EV for $60,000.
Is that pretty high for you? I mean, does it break your budget?
It is.
Graciola is on a loan. In 2024, more than 4% of auto loan holders had car payments of $1,000 or more. That's up from 1% in 2020.
And almost $1,000 for a car is just, it's a little crazy, but...
Driving up prices, a double whammy of rising vehicle costs and higher finance costs to buy them.
If we look at the average price people are paying for a new vehicle, it's north of $47,000. On used, it's $25,000.
With the economy showing signs of stress, Jessica Caldwell of Edmonds says borrowers are feeling the pinch.
So people that are kind of in the middle of their loan, they may be hitting the point where cost of living has gotten to them and they can no longer make these payments.
And that's happening at a record level. 6.6% of vehicle owners with subprime loans were at least 60 days past due on payments. Those loans coming with higher interest rates for buyers with limited income or credit scores. To make ends meet, more Americans are opting for longer repayment plans. In 2024, a record 66% of new cars were financed for 72 months or longer.
And the same trend is happening in the credit market right now. Credit card debt is at an all-time high in the United States. And delinquencies on those payments are also rising. And this is where it started last time, was in the subprime loan space. For houses, sure. But we're still talking about a massive amount of debt that people are sitting on, that are on balance sheets, banks, other lending outfits, and this could absolutely bleed out further into the rest of the economy, where people are already, you know, overdrawn, overstressed, overworked. Their savings are practically non-existent. Any sort of hiccup could cause this all to come crumbling down. A period of transition, a transitional hiccup, if you will. Now, there was some mention of Canada just a moment ago regarding all of these tariffs. Let's see what the new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, had to say about Donald Trump's 51st state comments.
Hello, Prime Minister. Catherine Cullen from CBC. I noticed you said we have a steadfast defender in our sovereign. Behind closed doors, did any of the leaders you met with today offer assurances that they would have Canada's back if Donald Trump uses greater economic force or more to annex or absorb Canada?
Well, I would know. Let me state the obvious, which is that all of us are members of NATO. All of us have to respect Article 5 of NATO. So the or more part of your question is unthinkable. What we did discuss is, particularly with France, is deeper security and military cooperation, which is in the interest of overall global security. And we did discuss in both cases deepening of our economic ties. Thank you.
Prime Minister Michael Couture with CTV News. I take your point earlier on a number of our allies talking about our sovereignty today. But nobody's come out forcefully and said those comments about the 51st state are just not on. Do you think that our traditional allies are not sticking their necks out because they're concerned that if they say something that'll anger President Trump, that they'll be next?
I think I would take seriously what the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom said today. I don't think one needs to respond to every comment about another country. Look, we can stand up for ourselves. It's Canada strong. We can stand up for ourselves. We've called out those comments. They're disrespectful. They're not helpful.
How rude.
And they need to stop before, and they will have to stop before we sit down and have a conversation about our broader partnership with the United States.
Well, there you go. Mark Carney saying that the comments about Canada being the next state and being somehow a sticking point to any future diplomatic relations, it sounds like, or any sort of partnerships between the United States and Canada are being put on hold until the Trump administration gives up on talking about Canada as the 51st state. Why is it lagging right now? I'm seeing some weird stuff happening. Very strange. Well, hopefully that fixed it. Fingers crossed, space fams. Alright, now let's quickly talk about the Canadian elections, which are looming in the future, the near future. It's not clear exactly what date they will be called for, but they are certainly expected to take place in the next few months. I figured we would look at the poll numbers right now in Canada. Let's go to CBC News from yesterday. See who's ahead and how the race is shaping up in Canada.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is on his first international trip just days after being sworn into office.
Prime Minister of Canada, Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
He met with leaders in both France and the United Kingdom. The House of Commons is scheduled to reopen this next week after being prorogued since early January. But a federal election could be called before then. So where do the federal parties currently stand with Canadians? Well, Eric Grenier is here. He's the author of the Writ.ca, and he also runs the CBC poll tracker. Which, Eric, you're updating fast and furious these days. So look, since Justin Trudeau announced his resignation on January 6th, the polling for the federal election, it shifted dramatically. Where do things stand right now?
Yeah, well, where things stand and where things stood when he resigned. So right now we have that the Conservatives are leading in our poll tracker, which is an average of all the polls that are coming out, including some of the older polls, just to have a little bit more data to work with. But we have 39% right now for the Conservatives, 33% for the Liberals, 13.5% for the NDP, and not much other support for the other parties, but we've seen the Bloc Québécois has come down. The Greens have been holding roughly where they are, and the PPC where they've been also for the last little while. This has really been shrinking over the last few weeks, and it wasn't too long ago that we were looking at a 10-point lead for the Conservatives, before that 15, before that 20, before that 25 points. So we've really seen things tighten up over the last little while.
Okay, and this is changing even still, but if we go back to January 6th, right? Because these are the top three parties. You know, then we've got the bottom three. But if we go back to January 6th, how much have things changed since the day Justin Trudeau said, that's it, I'm going?
Things have really shifted since then. I think we can look at where those numbers were on January 6th when Justin Trudeau resigned. And at that point, we did have a very big lead for the Conservatives. The Liberals were roughly at about 20%. I don't think the numbers are, there we go. Now we're seeing where things have shifted since January 6th. So the Conservatives have dropped about 5 points.
Right.
The NDP has dropped about 6 points, and they had less to drop, so that's a pretty impactful drop for them. The Liberals are up 13 points since January 6th. The Bloc has also dropped a little. The Greens and the PPC haven't shifted at all. So we've seen a combined 11-point drop for the Conservatives and the NDP, a gain of 13 points for the Liberals. And again, as you mentioned, we've seen this, these trend lines have been continuing, right? We saw some polls out over the last little while, sometimes with the Liberals near or above 40%, which would indicate a gain of 20 points since January 6th.
This is interesting, though. Like, if you, like, it's.
There you go. There's your update on the Canadian election. Liberals gaining while the rest of the parties At least the big three are all losing ground, putting them within about 5 points of conservatives, which is a huge shift for them. Like was mentioned, conservatives were up by 20 points against all parties, or more than that in many cases. Now Labor is looking like they might be able to put up a fight during this election, which is probably a good thing for everyone. Oh my god, why are we lagging tonight? It's so random. Doesn't even make sense. What is running right now in the background? Nothing. There's nothing. Just being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I have no idea what's causing it. It's very annoying. That's not great. Not loving this. Not loving this vibe at all. Just went to a standby screen like before that story. Oh, why is this happening? I don't understand. What to do? I'm being repressed, chat. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I have no explanation for why it's happening. All right, let's move on to environmental issues. Talk a little bit how we work together to build a better world. Let's go back to our changing climate. We watched part of this the other day. I figured we'd watch a little bit more of it today.
Alone. So what can you do to stop climate change? If you're yachting every day, flying hundreds of times a year, or rolling coal in your pickup truck, then yes, you'll need to end those practices of conspicuous emissions-intensive consumption. But most of us are stuck within the grinding gears of the cycle of fossil capital. Most of us, especially those in the imperial core, live in a world drenched in fossil fuels. To eschew all oil and gas derived products from our lives is an extremely difficult task. Not only physically, but emotionally, as we beat ourselves up for needing to drive a car to work even though there is no alternative. Consumer-oriented individual actions should be seen as nice-to-haves, not essential. At best, they can shave off a few tons of carbon from your individual footprint while billionaires add thousands to theirs, and at worst, they distract, derail, and delay necessary collective political action. Because flying less, driving less, and eating a plant-based diet often lack broader strategic or political angles angles that address the root causes of climate change. So your climate action should try to strike at the root, at what the cycles of fossil capital causing the climate crisis hold dearest: profit. As Andreas Malm and Wynne Carton write in their book Overshoot, supply and demand may strut around the stage, but behind them, profit is pulling the strings and regulating the appearances of both. Luckily, there are so many ways to join the fight in disrupting fossil fuel profits, to take meaningful climate action. It all starts with a crucial first step. As I already mentioned, one of the first and most important things you can do right now is join a local group or movement. It doesn't need to be perfectly aligned with your political tendencies, nor have all the answers to the climate crisis. The crucial part is that you're diving in with curiosity and pushing the cart down the road towards hitting capital where it hurts and building a beautiful, renewable world in its rubble.
Find organizations, find leftist organizations to join.
That's Rosewater, an organizer from the Sunrise Movement DC chapter. They go on to add a crucial caveat.
Understand that you can leave and you can go somewhere else. Figure out what reciprocity with that movement space looks like, because every relationship needs reciprocity. You need to be being taken care of by any movement that you join as much as you are putting in.
So it's key to keep in mind that joining a climate group or a leftist organizing space should be energizing and life-giving, not a long road to burnout. But once you do find your movement home, there's so many different kinds of collective actions you can take part in to force a transition away from fossil-fueled capitalism. Across the world, climate movements and leftist organizing groups have been remarkably successful at making sure the fossil fuel industry pays dearly for every inch of their extraction infrastructure through blockades and sabotage.
Weeks now, First Nations protesters have blockaded a road into the site.
All of this over shale gas and plans by a company called Swin Resources to use hydraulic fracturing or fracking to extract natural gas.
This is a network of direct climate action that Naomi Klein calls blockadia. The goals of these direct actions are myriad, but altogether they gum up the engines of fossil capital, slowing down, if just for a moment, the insatiable growth of fossil fuel extraction. Indeed, in a study of 649 direct action campaigns blocking pipelines, mines, wells, and fossil fuel infrastructure in general, over a quarter of projects encountering social resistance have been canceled, suspended, or delayed. Those wins can only happen when we get up from the computer, join with other comrades, and actually face down fossil fuel infrastructure head on. As Rosewater so eloquently puts it,
the thing that we are fighting is not ignorance. It is apathy, and it is powerlessness.
However, the numerous direct attacks on the infrastructure of fossil capital is just one climate action tactic through which you can pressure the ruling class and capitalism into abolishing fossil fuels. There are other avenues for you to take climate action, which at first might not seem readily apparent in how they connect with the climate movement. One of them is the upcoming 2028 general strike. To understand it, let's go back in time. Let's rewind the clock all the way back to 1946. On December 2nd of that year, Oakland shut down. After the local retail union went on strike against two of the biggest employers in the area, Conn's and Hastings, over 100,000 workers across the city stopped their work in solidarity. Everyone from bus drivers to cooks walked off their jobs. Everything except pharmacies and food markets shut down. A general strike took Oakland by storm. In terms of scale, the strike was massively successful. Unfortunately, due to the corruption of the leader of the Teamsters Union, the strike quickly fell apart by the second day. However, the ramifications of that general strike still shape labor policy in the United States to this day. A year after those labor unions shut down Oakland, Congress passed a law that banned solidarity strikes, and it quickly became illegal for unions to strike outside the bounds of their contracts. The mass strike was dead. Ever since, there hasn't been a single general strike in the United States. But all is not lost. Today, the possibility of a general strike is surging forth again. Indeed, outside the US, one of the biggest general strikes in history shook India to its core as over 250 million workers and farmers struck, demanding direct cash transfers, pensions for all, an end to anti-farmer laws, and more. And the months of mass protests spearheaded by farmers that followed were successful.
Around India, farmers swarmed the streets in victory.
The state caved to some of the demands, including repealing the neoliberal anti-farmer bills that would have ruined the livelihoods of many Indian farmers. And now the rumblings of that general strike are echoing into the halls of US labor. In the fall of 2023, the president of the United Auto Workers called on all unions to line up their contracts to end on April 30th, 2028. Through that alignment, unions could bypass solidarity strike laws.
We want a general strike. We want everybody walking out, just like they do in other countries.
Sean Fain, the president of the UAW, had found a loophole to the ban on general strikes. The stage is now set for a coordinated general strike on May 1st, 2028. But how does this have to do with climate action? In short, any labor demand can also be a climate demand. As Rosewater explains,
a 20-hour work week, a 4-day work week, a 3-day work week, that's a Green New Deal policy because we produce the most emissions while we're at work. So if people work less, then we're producing less emissions.
Indeed, if we know that climate change is being fueled by capitalism's, and more specifically fossil capitalism's, insatiable appetite for fossil fuels to eke out and accumulate more profit from labor, then directly stealing away part of that chain is an essential tool. Strikes hit corporations where it hurts. They directly affect the ability of companies to turn a profit, and then force them to concede to the demands of labor. And a general strike supercharges that power. So this could be a crucial lever.
Okay, I think that's a good place to leave it off. But yeah, I thought that was a good movie. Video for us to watch there from our changing climate. The necessity of working together to bring about climate action. It does feel like that general strike is too far in the future for me, but one step at a time, I suppose. All right, before we get into some of the events around weather that we have here to talk about, I figured we'd talk about Donald Trump's rollbacks on environmental protections and regulations, destruction of the EPA and things like that, intended to do at least some of the things we're talking about here.
Trump administration this week moved to all but dismantle the Environmental Protection Agency, with the potential to bring some very real consequences, both for average Americans, their daily lives, and also for global efforts to tackle the climate crisis at large. Now, the agency's administrator announced some 36 deregulatory moves Wednesday, including landmark regulations that are aimed simply at guaranteeing clean air and clean water, and this all in the name of spurring the economy. For more, France 24's Antonia Kerrigan joins me now on set for a closer look. Then, Antonia, so the EPA administrator said that this isn't about abandoning environmental protection, but environmentalists view things quite differently. Can you take us through some of the headline announcements here?
Yes, well, as you say, there are 31 of these measures, far too many to list all of them off for you today. And it's also worth mentioning these aren't absolute measures. These are moves to reconsider various regulations. So they're not effective immediately. Some of them will take months and years to rewrite. But it's a roadmap, and it's a very radical roadmap that more or less moves to turn the EPA on its head in terms of its function. Lee Zeldin said yesterday, as the Trump-appointed administrator for the EPA, said this was the most consequential day of deregulation in US history. He's very likely absolutely right about that. For instance, on fossil fuels, limits that were put in place on greenhouse gas emissions from power plants are to be reconsidered. Rules that regulated the levels of mercury and arsenic that were permissible in industrial effluents, notably from coal plants, are to be reconsidered and potentially done away with on the basis that they apparently improperly target coal. That's interesting, of course, because coal has been receding in the US for many years now. So if they are looking to turn that on its head, that could have a huge impact. The removal of coal, or the phasing out of coal, has been really the saving grace of the US's carbon footprint in recent years. If they turn that on its head, that could be really, really awful. Industry in general, they're looking to get rid of lots of reporting requirements on transparency of greenhouse gas emissions for companies and corporations, loosen regulations on soot emissions. They say all this is expensive red tape. They're packaging a lot of these messages, as you mentioned, as economic measures to decrease the cost of living for Americans. So we can really...
I love that, because of course companies will just pay the savings on to customers. They'll just lower bills and all those sorts of things, right? They always do that. They're like, oh God, how can we give some of this money back to consumers? But yeah, it's not like we needed clean air or clean water or to have toxins cleaned up before they ruin the environment or poison ourselves or our families, friends. It's not like we needed, protections from, any of these things. They're just costing businesses too much money. Horrifying. It is really a horrifying future that we're looking at right now, where the government is just going to stop regulating things. You'll take a drink of water from the tap and wonder to yourself, I wonder how much mercury, lead, shit, or otherwise is in this glass right now. Every time you breathe, you wonder, am I breathing in horrifying toxins? It'll be great. All right, now there's been some pretty horrifying events in the United States that relates to the environment. We missed this story, so we're going to go back in time a few days and take a look at what's been going on in Oklahoma. There's a fair amount of wind going across the Midwest. Storms going across that part of the country. Oklahoma, unfortunately, had a massive number of wildfires break out. Supposedly over 150 different wildfires all burning at the same time. Over 150,000 acres were burned in these blazes across Oklahoma. But you know what? Who needs the National Forest Service, right? Another agency that Donald Trump has, of course, defunded, and or
the thing that breaks your heart
done
is
mass firings
some of the folks that were renters and they lost everything and they didn't have any kind of renter insurance. So we have the Red Cross and we have the different facilities and different nonprofits that are set up to help them with really. They just have the clothes on their back right now. And so Oklahoma Standard will step up, and just neighbors are going to help neighbors like we always do. And on a personal level, I lost where I have a little farm north of Luther. I lost my home at my farmhouse. So it's really this kind of stuff hits close to home. When those fires come through, there's just not a lot that you can do.
Oh my God. A dock burning in the water.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
A freaking dock burning in the water.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
Thanks, Lester. Great job, buddy. Let's go to Coco 5. Actually, I think I meant to take this one out of here. Whatever, let's go here.
Some wind still continues, and then parts of Oklahoma is still seeing that fire danger.
Yeah, so the graphic I have here is a great representation of just the scope. Let's go to it. You can see across the state just the many different fires, previous and active across the state. 140 around that count. I think it could probably be a lot higher than that. We're going to get an update from the Oklahoma Forestry Service. They're going to give us more information on some of the smaller fires that kind of were up and then got put out. Those count too. We'll also get more on some of the bigger fires and acres burned there as well. You can see where Sky 5 is there. Near Guthrie, there's Langston, there's Stillwater up the way there. So Sky 5's going to be up that way. They had a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust yesterday up in Stillwater, 64 in OKC, near 75 miles per hour here on the north end of town here at the TV station. Today, wind not quite as strong. Today, humidity not quite as low, but we still have a risk for wildfires in northwestern.
Okay, yeah, so let's go here. ABC News. Talk more about these wildfires. And if you looked at that map back there, this is not the only place that's getting hit by wildfires right now. And really, we're getting way ahead
coverage with
of
the mayor
fire
of Manford, Oklahoma,
season right now.
Abercrombie.
These all breaking out.
Mayor, thank you so much for being with us. We know that you're
It's kind of crazy. But to have 170,000 acres burned in one state, really technically before fire season's supposed to start. Although we are approaching it very quickly. It is ominous for the rest of fire season, rather foreboding.
Is one of the 12 that the governor declared a state of emergency in. And I first want to say that we're thinking of everyone who lives there, who's preparing for this. How bad is the destruction? How many homes lost so far?
Well, Morgan, thank you very much. And it has been pretty devastating over the last 48 hours here in Manford. We just had a perfect storm, if you want to say it that way. The humidity was low. The winds were very high. We had this fire start south of our city and quickly proceeded to the city limits, and we were unable to stop it. The winds were at times at 70 miles an hour, which make it almost impossible to shut down a fire. So we were reacting more than being proactive, and had to be. I want to say my heart goes out to all firefighters, police officers who are involved in these type of things. Our firefighters worked very hard all night long, and we have a very experienced volunteer fire department here. But if you've ever seen situations like this, you know that there's just very little that you can do to stop a fire like this. We had approximately 25 homes destroyed in the city of Manford.
Well, we could fund Oklahoma's fire protection a bit more, right? Rather than cutting it, rather than cutting National Forest Service jobs or, getting adequate equipment to help fight these fires. Choppers, planes, stuff like that.
And you have to keep in mind that the city of Manford is only 3,500 people. But we also had an apartment complex damaged. There were 6 units damaged there. And we have a senior living center that 2 units were damaged. And we're still putting out hot spots and trying to mop up on this situation as best we can.
Mayor, I can hear, the heartbreak in your voice, and you have such empathy for your citizens. What is this emergency declaration?
Okay. Let's go to Denver, because apparently parts of Colorado have been on fire as well. Oh wait, before we do that, this is the last one here.
And there is even more devastation for our neighbors to the north. Oklahoma officials say at least 200 homes have been destroyed by those wildfires out there. We're told crews battled more than 130 fires across the state yesterday. Dry air and strong winds spreading the damage across some 170,000 acres. But the hardest hit areas include Stillwater and Manford. Governor Kevin Stitt says investigators are looking into downed power lines and controlled burns that possibly started a few of those fires. But he adds the biggest focus right now is helping those who lost everything.
It's just devastating when you meet these families that it'll skip one house, and then you can see behind me, I mean, basically both of this whole front side and the back side of this neighborhood totally burned, and just so thankful that we didn't have any fatalities here, and our emergency system worked. We were able to notify law enforcement last night, got a lot of evacuations done. We'll get all the resources we need to help these folks rebuild.
Now, the governor also declared a state of emergency to try to rush supplies and aid. The Red Cross and local nonprofits are also assisting.
Okay. Now let's go to Colorado and talk about some of the wildfires that have been going on in that state. Sorry about the confusion.
We'll go now to News 4's Dylan Brown, who isn't far from that very location. He's near...
Sorry, we don't need that one. We don't need it.
Well, fire crews staying busy across the metro today. Aurora Fire responded to 2 fires within minutes of each other. One broke out at Jewel Wetlands Park near South Potomac. No structures were threatened and no injuries reported, though flames were visible from nearby streets. A second fire burned about 2 acres near the 8,000 block of South Kewanee Street. Both fires are now contained, but crews are still dousing hotspots, and the cause of both fires are under investigation.
Okay, now let's go on to talking about that storm itself that caused a massive number of tornadoes to pop up.
Here in the U.S., dozens of people have died as powerful storm systems this weekend swept through the Midwest and South, which was battered by tornadoes, dust storms, and wildfires. And the danger is not over yet. Millions of Americans are currently under tornado watches and also red flag warnings.
Yeah, Jennifer McGraw live in our news center tonight with the latest on that. Jen?
Rick and Karine, officials are now reporting at least 37 people have been killed across multiple states, and the governor of Mississippi fears that number will only continue to grow.
From tornado warnings and twister sightings to blinding dust storms and erratic winds. Winds also fueling wildfires across the state and into Oklahoma. More than 100 fires reported. The damage left behind, horrifying.
When your community on fire is a very unsettling thing and is something a fire chief never wants to experience.
Vicious weather ripping through the Midwest to the East Coast, decimating homes and communities and leaving dozens dead.
It's totally devastated. I mean, you wouldn't even recognize it. Just total destruction is the best way to describe it.
So many now suffering great losses from loved ones, others their homes, and in some cases, entire communities.
All of my parents' life, 74 years, just gone.
Michael Dale and his neighbors say it was never a thought that one day everything they built could be wiped away until Friday's tornado in Arkansas.
It hit all of it once, just like it just dropped out of the sky, and it was shaking the house.
A crushing start to the year for the U.S. as wild weather ravaged California with the state's most devastating wildfires, to now this round of fierce weather destroying even more lives.
Things can be replaced, but lives can't.
Farrah Reeves lives in Mississippi. She says as soon as she learned the severity of the storm, she immediately moved her family to the closest storm shelter, but feared the worst for her in-laws stuck in the path of the tornado.
I'm thankful that my in-laws were fine. They wasn't able to go. And so I'm very thankful that God had his hands around them. I was scared.
Yeah, just absolutely tragic. Now, the long road to rebuilding and recovering has now begun as state and local officials open shelters and help people with housing. Several utility crews also spending the day working to remove down power lines and restore.
Now, 40 people died. Over 40 people is the updated number on number of people dead from this storm. It is pretty horrifying. That is a massive number of people to die from one single storm. But we're not done talking about environmental stuff in the United States here. Florida also Brush fires.
Brush fire burning for days in southwest Miami-Dade, and now the Florida Forest Service says a combination of dry air and wind make it take longer to put out.
Now, with those weather conditions expected to stick around for a while, officials are warning that fire hazards are far from over.
CBS News Miami Steve Majiri shows us how to lower the chance of a brush fire near your own home.
He waters it.
Doris Bryant says her brother takes care of her grandmother's lawn for the aesthetics.
He gets so many compliments about the grass. This is his baby.
And also for the safety. Michael Kane of the Broward County Sheriff's Office's Fire Rescue says green grass means it's been watered.
Green grass is safe grass.
This is vital right now, since the Florida Forest Service sent us this chart showing in red how dry South Florida has been due to a lack of rain. The Forest Service says the wind and the dry conditions are just one reason why the agency spent nearly the last week putting out a brush fire in a rural area in southwest Dade.
I heard about those brush fires and I'm like, oh my God, we got to make sure we keep this grass nice and watered. We don't want no fires or anything like that.
It's very dry. It crumbles in your hand. This is almost a tinderbox waiting to ignite.
Kane says that brush fires are less common in residential areas, but they can happen when it's extra dry and windy.
It could be anything from negligence, like a barbecue that's not being controlled properly, or a lightning strike, or even a power line that could come down.
Kane says that if you can't soak up your yard, trim it, like this property owner did.
So there's not a lot of fuel to feed a fire here.
Kane says while this brush fire did burn through hundreds of acres in a rural area, that's much less likely to happen here in a residential area. That's because much more people live around here and are more likely to see it. Kane says his department can respond to a fire here in minutes. In West Park, Steve Majiri, CBS News, Miami.
Okay. So as you can see, fire season's getting off to a banner start from coast to coast. Now, oh shit. I just realized what time it is. It's time for us to take a second break here on the stream. All right. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. And don't forget to subscribe. Both great ways to support the channel without having to spend any money, as they both help us out in different ways. While you're doing all that, do also consider other ways of contributing to the Galactic News Network. Of course, we have a myriad of ways for you to do just that. Show your support for GNN. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, all great ways to contribute. Twitch, bits and subs over there. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those two aforementioned platforms their cut of those funds. But the best way to merge all of these ideas together and receive the most space benefits in the entire Milky Way galaxy is to, of course, become a patron on Patreon. That's right, so many benefits, I might even get into it right now. But I would just recommend going on to Patreon, looking through the website, and see what all is available to you. Alright, chat. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay. I'm going to keep trying. I'm not going to reset it right now. But I am going to start a goal. Just because I feel like... hold on, let me look at this. How much do we actually have to talk? Honestly, maybe not. Stream is so far behind me now. This is so annoying. So annoying. God. All right, let's start off with space news. Might just try to blast through all this really quickly. If you want me to go through all the videos that I have, let's do this goal. But God, I'm like wanting to end the stream right now a little bit and try and figure out why we keep having these lag issues. Not entirely sure what the problem is at all. All right, let's go to the Antarctic before we do space news, of which we have at least some big space news for us to talk about.
A team of research scientists working in the Antarctic have reportedly made a desperate appeal for help after they say a colleague threatened to kill one of them. The South African team are totally isolated at the remote research base, thousands of miles from South Africa. Winter is fast approaching, and that means it will be months before the team can be changed. Here's our climate correspondent, Justin Rowlett.
The Sinai base is one of the most remote places on Earth. 10 people were preparing to spend the Antarctic winter here. The base has plenty of amenities, as this video tour taken 4 years ago shows.
And here we have the games room, right, where all the fun happens.
But extreme weather and 24-hour darkness meant the current team didn't expect to see another human being for 6 months or so.
Now today, the wind's about 30 knots and the temperature is about minus 28, minus 29.
Then, an email last week claimed there'd been a violent attack, according to the South African newspapers. The email reportedly said one team member had threatened to kill another, creating, it said, an environment of fear and intimidation. The South African authorities have confirmed there was an assault. It was a dispute over a weather-dependent task that required a schedule change, they said. It doesn't sound much, but those who've spent time in Antarctica say overwintering on a base can be an incredibly intense experience.
If you're there with just, maybe 10 other people as there were in Sinai, you get to know everything about the other person. You know exactly how they put their coffee cup down and what direction the handle points in. You know that they scratch their nose 3 times before they sit down. You know everything about them. And in the bad circumstances, it can start to irritate you.
The South African Environment Ministry has said it is responding with utmost urgency.
There you go, things getting heated in an unexpected place on an Antarctic glacier. Why exactly it all happened, we still do not know with any real clarity, but it was apparently over some sort of scheduling conflict. All right, let's go to space. Something we've been covering with a great deal. Oh my god, it's lagging again. I don't know why this is happening. Alright, I'm gonna